am I looking at Usain Bolt? Anderson Phillip was running in that fast and that hard at the National Cricket Centre.
And I pointed it out yesterday as well when he was in the outfield. He was almost panther-like down at fine leg and remind me so much of Patrick Patterson getting around the fine leg boundary. As you see, this one played out to that man at fine leg. Looks like Django out there.
Django it is.
And we saw Anderson Phillips there yesterday, predator-like on the boundary, scooping around, picking up and rifling that throw in straight to Joshua Da Silva over the stumps. It just adds to his athleticism, and you want to see that in the field. And speaking about that, the fielding yesterday, the catches that the Trinidad and Tobago team were taking out there was quite exceptional. One from Brian Charles, one he had no business taking really, standing between first and second slip really, and plucking one far low down to his right, and of course Shannon Gabriel's catch off his own bowling. It's as if though he stepped out of his body to take that catch.
There's that short ball from Phillip. Good pace. You could hear the thud as it went into Da Silva's gloves. And it just seems that apparently the fast bowlers from Trinidad and Tobago are just prone to taking wickets, because Jaden Seals took 6 wickets in his first match for Sussex.
And it's so good for West Indies cricket on the whole to see our fast bowlers getting amongst the wickets, and not just getting wickets, the manner in which they get their wickets. Very aggressive, consistent line and length, and getting that movement of that ball. It bodes well for West Indies cricket. I know we keep talking about and we keep hearing about Shamar Joseph, but there's also Alzari Joseph. We're adding to that.
Struck on the pad again. This time umpire Rajkumar says no. Possibly this one just going down the leg side with the angle of Anderson Phillip coming wide on the crease. He's still pondering it, as Anderson Phillip. That shows you how switched on he is, because he's there, he's pondering why did the umpire not give it, but he's also looking, what did I do wrong, what can I do differently next time.
Yes, he's very much focused at the task at hand. He's been like that throughout the innings. Yeah, what we saw yesterday from the bowlers, Goodridge and Blade as well, bowling from that southern end, they tended to be the odd ball that just angles down the leg side. I don't know if it's the location of the pitch on this surface. We're playing in the middle square, it seems. That ball just seems to be drifting down the leg side a touch. We saw a lot of deliveries down the leg side. One over in particular from Goodridge, who was the pick of the bowlers, getting 5 wickets for CCC. He bowled 1 over in which 4 deliveries went down the leg side. And it was very peculiar because they had exceptional control. All 3 bowlers, Shannon, Gabriel, Phillips, and Goodridge, Blades as well. And from that southern end, just that little ball drifting down the leg side. And I think that is what Anderson Phillips may have been looking at there, inexplicably somehow, where he pitched the ball and it still seemed to be heading down the leg side. That's what he's trying to figure out.
Well, I'll tell you something that Anderson Phillip has just done. You talk about that end, but Anderson Phillip has shown that the pace has something in it that has prompted Joshua Da Silva to make a bowling change at this northern end now. And he's not as quick as Shannon Gabriel or Anderson Phillip, but Terence Hines, he will move the ball around. And from this end, his in-swingers, because of that northeast breeze, Terence Hines from the gymnasium end then, after the first over was bowled by Carey Pierre.
Yes, interesting move there from Da Silva. Just that 1 over from Carey Pierre. We saw him bowl 1 over before the tea break. But that is, of course, what you expect, or an over or 2 before tea. You see the spinner come on. But starting with Carey Pierre. But Carey Pierre did get a lot of spin and bounce from this end yesterday.
Cracked away, but straight to the man at a backward point. That's Django, the man with the double century. He now holds the honor of the highest individual score in the 2024 season of the 4-day championship. And I just want to go back. We're talking about fast bowling, and I said this on the first day, and I'm going down on record. I'm going to continuously say it. It's a headache I don't want to have being a selector, because you just mentioned 2 other young fast bowlers that impressed. And Mr. Dale can tell you the first day when we looked at Blades and Goodridge on the first day, they were spot on. And then you think across even in the Barbados team, Akeem Jordan and the likes, and you look through the Caribbean, we now have so many fast bowlers coming along. It creates a good headache.
Exactly. It is the kind of problems you want to have as a selector, where you have a wide range of options. And of course, as we talk about fast bowlers, we see the first wide of the game from Terrence Hines. But of course, he's bowling from an end. He bowled from the opposite end yesterday, so he's just starting on this end, still getting acclimatized to bowling from that end. We'll just forgive him for that wide there. He is bowling with there was two slips, but there seems to be a slip and a gully now with the extra man coming into the offside at extra cover. Vikash Mohan. And just as we say that, one goes past the outside edge with only one slip on a gully there now. There's a middle. There is a fine leg as well. Yes, it is a problem. It's a good problem to have for the West Indies selector, Desmond Haynes. Hines in again. Solid in defense. 111 for 6. Nelson is up. Hines 2 wickets for 16 runs into his 7th over of the innings. Romario Graves for CCC. He's had some good scores thus far this season, batting low down in the order. He's done somewhat of a repair job for his team, losing a few wickets early. This one slashed that outside the off stump. It's in that gap between the first slip and gully. Races to the boundary. Wide outside the off stump from Hines. And Graves had a go at it. He's been very positive in his innings thus far this season. And being positive here in his approach, that one goes for 4.
Yeah, that's going to feel good for Graves. It may have been outer half or outer edge of the bat, but it's going to feel good. He's picked up a boundary. It's going to settle the nerves just a bit. And it's welcome for the combined campuses and colleges because they are well behind the 8 ball now. And we talk about fast bowlers, and Mr. Dayal just reminded me of a couple of them in the academy. Johan Lean.
Johan Lean has been very impressive this season. He's been amongst the wicket column as well in almost every game taking wickets.
He also reminded me of well, he's with the present table toppers, the Leeward Islands, Jeremiah Louis.
Well, we were discussing Jeremiah Louis. We were discussing his brother as well, he's in there at 25 or just over 100 balls, I believe, yesterday's play. He has 200s for the season thus far, as well as 250s. So the Louis brothers doing very well.
Yeah, and I remember being in St. Kitts, and I asked, who did I ask about it? I think I asked Jeremiah about it. I said, what's it like? Is it that you tell him that you're going to score more runs than him today, and he goes out and scores runs, and he says he's going to take more wickets? He said it's friendly competition between them.
Well, yesterday we saw a lot of banter out there on the middle when Yannick Autry came out to bat with his brother in the team for Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, 2 brothers that would have played together now against each other. And there was a lot of chirping going out when he strode out to the wicket yesterday.
Yeah, but it was different, though, when Keon was batting. He wasn't in his brother's ear. Short from Anderson Phillip is pulled around the corner. And it's fine enough that...
reason. There tend to be a lot of deliveries going down the leg side from that end. We saw yesterday as well Anderson Phillips bowling from the northern end. He was very much on target outside that off stump. Even when he targeted the stumps, he tended not to drift down the leg side. However, when he's bowled from that end on the southern end, he does tend to push that one down the leg side. And again, that one, he just needed to be just outside the off stump because he was in the rib cage of the batsman yesterday a lot. But that one heading down the leg side.
I think he struck him on the pad on that occasion.
So much so yesterday with those deliveries there. The Narayan was discussing with me, there was a backward square put in place for that ball there, and that's short of a leg and shortish ball that Anderson Phillip bowls. So just putting that extra fieldsman to the right of the square leg umpire for anything clipped off the hip or if it's up in his rib cage, getting that batsman in awkward position, to have that man there as a catching position. May want to revisit or think about that position there again. We've seen a couple deliveries down the leg side.
This one is a better line. He's going back middle and off line. He's pitched it up a little bit further, this one.
Of course, the ball is in its 40th over as well. It would not have had the hardness it had yesterday.
And that's also why it's a good move to have Terence Hines from this end, because with the softer ball, you're going to get different type of movement. And Terence Hines, with that slingy action in particular, and his guile as well, he's going to, any movement over the older ball, I think Terence Hines is the one that can extract it and find it and trouble the batters. It is Anderson Phillip, though, from the southern end. Lifting delivery. He's got the line right now and the length, and he's gotten extra bounce with the pace.
Perhaps just maybe 10 yards short there, getting up into that rib cage area. We saw a couple batsmen being hit on the shoulder. We saw Henry being hit on the helmet. And again, Anderson Phillips here generating some pace here into his second over this morning.
Yeah. 119 for 6. They're still 472 runs behind. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to get into the head of Joshua Da Silva. Let us presume that we get these 4 wickets before lunch. Do we go back out and bat, or do we just enforce the follow on?
I think Joshua may be just taking it one over, one session at a time. Really, you don't want to prejudge too much, get ahead of yourself in this funny game of cricket. Because we saw with the guy in a team, there was 7 wickets down, but that one gets past Joshua down the leg side into the boundary. Another delivery down the leg side.
It's called buys, so it didn't clip anything.
Yes, De Silva, may not want to just get 4 wickets is a lot of wickets to take, especially Graves being out there, Otley being out there as well. We saw Motara as well. He's been in the runs as well, has 150 for the season. And Graves has been a good partner for him down the order. So there is that possibility that these last 4 wickets could put on some runs as well. As I said, the ball is 40 overs old. And it's the morning session. It'd still be doing something. If batsmen could just see off the morning session, half an hour into the day's play, with how hot it's been out there, they can actually put their heads down, try to build a score. So Joshua may be aware of that as well, and would try to get those 4 wickets. And if they don't come as quickly as we may anticipate, he may be cognizant of the fact that the tail order does wag for the CCC team. So he may not want to think too much into the next session after lunch and what the situation may be. He has that.
And there's a little bit of movement there from Terence Hines. Exactly what we are talking about. The older ball does move. Of course, it's different, the red ball and the white ball. The red ball moves even when it gets older. And getting the outer half of the bat.
See Brian Charles, you're just taking a step forward in the slips, having a discussion with Joshua Da Silva.
Yeah, because
should he come a little closer?
Yeah, because it dropped just in front of him.
Yeah, not much of a chance there. I think even if he was a step closer, it might still have gone to ground.
Terence Hines are operating in a nice corridor here, as you would expect. And lending good support, obviously, to Anderson Phillip, who is the strike bowler of sorts. He himself, Terence Hines, has 2 wickets. So he does take wickets. But we always talk about batting in partnerships. As you mentioned, the 4 wickets, because of the caliber of batters, once they can bat in partnerships, they can put on some runs. From a Red Force perspective, they got to bowl in partnerships as well if they want to take these 4 wickets. Slashed away through the covers. Vikash Mohan, it looks like, is going to go back, but he will only retreat.
As far he looks the part. The initial slash outside. When he goes with positive intent. And that one smacked off the middle of his bat, crouching down on one leg for an exquisite cover drive there. And there is potential in this young man. We see he's taking a lot of wickets. He takes his batting seriously and getting just reward. And this is one of the advantages we were mentioning with Ryan yesterday. When you have teams like the CCC and the West Indies Academy, players that may not get into their own country's team because of the talent that is there, do get an opportunity to come and play for these other teams and showcase their skills.
Yeah, and then you have the extension of that. Guys who are in the academy, for example, who end up going back and play for their territorial teams and perform because the stint in and around, especially the academy more so than CCC, the stint with the academy helps them.
Yes, the West Indies Cricket Board has designed a system here that is working where we have seen a number of players in the team for CCC chop and change in and out of the side. So normally when you build a team, you want to cement your 11 players and work around those key 11 or 12 players and have a nucleus of your team. But here we give everybody an opportunity to showcase their skill. And we've seen players be in and out of the squad given opportunities at different times. So it's to give the players the experience to bridge a gap between where they sit at their club level to get to this regional level. And as you've said, these players, some of them, Jason Holder was one of them, as pointed out by Ryan yesterday, who also, amongst other players who've gone on to play for the West Indies team, have come from the West Indies Academy. Carlos Barfoot in particular, starting at the West Indies Academy, given that opportunity. For correction, he combined campuses team.
Matthew Nandu comes to mind. He's played in the academy last season, and this year he's gone back home to his territorial team, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And that dot ball by Hines will bring us to the end of another over. The end of the over, 127 for 6. The combined campuses and colleges still trailing on first innings by 464 runs.
One boundary coming in that over there. Good looking cover drive from Romario Graves. We spoke of his first name yesterday, Romario. Another Romario in mind, Romario Shepherd. He would have been proud of that shot.
Yeah, he's making waves in the IPL, is Romario Shepherd. Of course.
When you have Tim David at the opposite end giving strike to Romario Shepherd, you know you're in the game. You know you've done something special.
It's good to see him grow into what he is now, Romario Shepherd, and I can't wait for the next 50 days. Can you believe it? The T20 World Cup is just 50 days away, right here in the Caribbean and the US.
Well, he's been groomed for quite a while for that position as a death bowler and as well as that all-rounder to look after those death overs for the West Indies team. And we see all that hard work paying off now. I mean, it's paid off in the past. We've seen him smash 50s, come in some 50-over games as well, winning one for the West Indies himself and Odin Smith at one point in time, crashing some boundaries, getting West Indies to some serious targets where they couldn't have without that type of initiative from those two batsmen.
So Anderson Phillip continues from that southern end. Second ball in his over. And you can hear the crack on the bat. He is hitting the bat really hard. He is generating a good pace here, Anderson Phillip.
See Jed Gooley back in that first slip. Brian Charles, customary second slip.
Vikash Mohan. Almost in... it should be a gully. Almost looks like a fifth slip.
Well, he's been a fine gully yesterday as well as today. We were tempted to call him a third slip as well. But perhaps with the pace bowling of Shannon Gabriel and Phillip, he's just that bit finer in the gully.
Short, pulled in front of square. And another boundary here. And this is something, Billy, that you and I would...
Yes, he would have been, Anderson Phillip, tempted Yesterday he bowled quite a few short pitch delivery, but he has to be cognizant of the fact the ball is 40 overs old now. May not get quite the amount of purchase off the middle of the wicket as he did yesterday, although it be the first hour in the morning session. But clearly Yannick Otley there saw that one clearly in his mind. Enough time to get back and pull it past that man, over the man at mid-wicket as well. Looks like Jason Mohammed doing the fielding out there.
Off the edge, and a couple of bounces to Brian Charles at second slip. In fact,
One coming off the chest of Otley.
the chest.
Otley just trying to get out of the way of that one, but the ball seemed to track him.
We were talking about Romario and the name Romario. There's another Romario would have liked that one. The great Romario who played for Brazil.
One of the greatest strikers for Brazil. Taking that one on the chest. Just chesting it on to second slip there.
And there's a short pitch bowling.
That was a legendary partnership, Romario and Bebeto. 1994 World Cup. The likes of Dunga holding captain in the team that year. Solid in the middle.
Carlos
Backbone of the team.
Carlos Tavares.
Carlos Tevez.
Tevez.
Argentine.
Yeah. So around that same time.
Battle of strikers for supremacy. Anderson Phillips is doing battle out there. These two out there would want to present a partnership as well, like a Romario and Bebeto, Yannick Otley and Romario Graves. Putting a partnership together somewhat.
And of course, that's the important thing. So, as we come up just about the first half an hour of play this morning, just to give you a little update on some of the other games around the tournament. The West Indies Academy versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes were sitting second on the table at the start of this round 6. They batted first, scored 162, and then they subsequently bowled out the Academy for 158. And in their second innings, the Volcanoes are 180 for 7. So they have a lead of 184 with 3 wickets remaining.
I was just looking yesterday at Bowen Tuckett. He had a good game previously, and he was there not out yesterday. Managed just 36 runs, but he has also provided some impetus lower down the order when his team has been in trouble. It's good to see Alec Atenez as well back in the runs. He's scoring 89 for the Windward Islands yesterday. And in quick time as well, 119 balls. Hodge getting 41 as well. Scary Pierre back into the attack. It's a short boost from Terence Hines.
Probably just above the knee rule, probably height and also drifting a bit. This one
we saw a lot of
through him.
bounce turn from him yesterday, and again this morning. This is into his second spell for the morning. Bounce as well.
He pitched this one up just a bit. So the Volcanoes have that lead. Now it's a lead of 197 as they've gone up. So that one is promising to be a good encounter. Sonny Lambers is not out on 27, and Shma Springer not out on 2. Ryan John and Daniel Cyrus is still to bat. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes looking to set the Academy a target to go after. They'll probably have at least a 250 run lead in mind, and at least a 250 as a target to set for the Academy. I tell you, I don't think any total is safe with that Academy team. Yes, they scored 158, but with the likes of Mbiki Joseph and Joshua James, Kadeem Allen in that team, the academy team. I don't think any target is safe. At the end of the over, 131 for 6, the combined campuses and colleges. And a pleasant good morning to Mr. DL.
A blessed morning to our listeners. Lovely day for cricket here. Hot, very humid day. Start at CCC didn't want this morning to lose their captain Shamara Brooks. They would have been looking at him to bat at least 2 sessions for them. Unfortunately, got a good delivery from Anderson Phillips, who's working up some serious pace here at the UE spec. We have Yannick Otley there, who has a first-class century to his name. They were hoping that pair would have really taken them into lunch or after lunch. Unfortunately, they lost their skipper. And with the all-rounders to come in the CCC team, they will have to bat around Yannick Otley at the moment. There's Anderson Phillips short outside the outer man. Yannick Otley square cutting it super for 4. Lovely shot from Yannick Otley here. Just leaning on it and hitting it backward square for 4. He has Grease with him, another young all-rounder in the CCC team. Yannick Otley was Cricketer of the Year last year in Trinidad and Tobago National League Cricket, over 350 odd runs and 30 wickets. And they will need him here to play a big part for the CCC team here with the rest of the batsmen here, the tail. Anderson Phillips working up some hostile pace here this morning. We saw Grease struck on his chest with 1. 2 slip on a gully. Deep cover point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just outside the off stump, Yannick Otley leaving it alone. I think must say after this the first session and the 3rd day play, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force have won the 2 days already. They're on top, and I think today the start of this day. Any team would have loved to be in this position at the start of the first session of the 3rd day. Mohammad 4 around 41 to save this follow on. Kane Anderson, Philip just outside the awesome. Yannick Otley leaving it alone. Anderson Phillips goes to, he has already picked up 26 wickets in this tournament. And with 1 game, with this game to finish and 1 in Jamaica next week, should be eyeing at least 32 wickets. This one, yeah, Otley just hit into mid-on, fielded by Shannon Gabriel, no run.
Yeah, try to make a cooler.
Trinidad and Tobago in a strong position in the start of the 3rd day play here. CCC is on their back foot. They'll have to bat today and tomorrow if they have to draw this game. Winning is out of the question. Gain Otley on his front foot and just hitting it to playing into cover. Amir Django fields. I think today this morning CCC, the loss of that early wicket of Shamara Brooks has pegged them back on their back foot. They would have been looking for him to really bat on today and at least go into this tea interval with him there Unfortunately, that you will have to think about in the second inning. Gainotley pushing this to mid-off and taking a quick single. And they're going to get overthrow. Yannick Otley pushing it to Kian Otley. Taking off on a quick single. Eventually getting another one for the overthrow.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there between Yannick Otley and his skipper there. Coming around, picking that one up, just tossing it back to Joshua Da Silva, but he was walking forward as it was the end of the over. Didn't quite see the throw coming back, and they get an overthrow. 137 for 6 after 44 overs.
Billy, what you think if he was in the position of the CCC? What you will think here right now?
Well, even if this pair or the rest of the remaining wickets bat out, let's just say for argument's sake, to the end of the day's play, at this run rate of 3 runs and over, they are still not going to get to that follow-on total. And the way we've seen the bowlers look to attack the batsmen this morning, it's very unlikely they'll get to the end of the day's play without losing wickets. So it's very unlikely for them to get past the follow-on today, which would put them still in a precarious position from saving this game.
I think one of the things about Trinidad and Tobago team, they are very patient. And I think patience is the key to picking up wickets. They are not hustling. They are very patient in yesterday with their bowling. And they have picked up 6 wickets, 5 yesterday and 1 today. And I think that's the key today to Trinidad's success in their bowling. They are very patient.
Yes, and with that patience, just holding that line and lengths, biding their time, bowling in the good areas, they are picking up wickets as they go along. Which is why it's unlikely that, it seems likely that they will bowl out the CCC at some point during the course of the day, which means they will have another mammoth task to try and get to that follow-on of 441 runs if they bat again, or when they bat again.
I think since yesterday our producer predicted this game going to finish today.
Friday in Trinidad and Tobago, Friday across the Caribbean. There's a happy hour on Friday.
Another heated day at the UV Spec here today. Sun out in all its glory.
Not to jump the gun, but there is that provision to add time at the end of the day's play if a result is pending.
Yannick only on his back foot and stroking it hard to extra cover where Shannon Gabriel fields.
Would you say Shannon Gabriel was the pick of the fieldsman yesterday with that catch off his own bowling? He's been at extra cover to the spinner. Saw him with a totally unnecessary tumbling save yesterday at extra cover off of Carey Pier. It was hit straight to him. He dove on it as it gently rolled out to him.
Another over from Carey Pier here. As CCC remain on 138 for 6 after 45 overs. Still trailed by 453 runs.
Yeah, look at that manual scoreboard there at the sport and physical education end. That manual scoreboard has been up and running since day 1. Gentlemen under the tent there on duty at that scoreboard.
Anderson Phillip picking it up from the Sports and Physical Education Center end. Yesterday had a hostile spell and this morning he continued bowling very quickly here. Have the CCC batsmen on their toes. And that's a good sign to see for fast bowling in the West Indies. Gain there on the edge. Outside the off stump and it runs into the boundary for 4 between first slip and the wicket keeper.
There's no chance of a catch at that. And link outside the off stump. He made whatever adjustment was necessary for that odd one he kept bowling down the leg side from that end. And he's been predominantly outside the off stump, or about the off stump. And he's bowled a long spell this morning as well. He's bowled unchanged from that southern end, 45 minutes into the day's play.
Yes, and see from this morning, all he's getting that ball to come back into the right-handers, which caught Brooks on the crease and was LBW.
I don't think you could get that ball off of him, even if you wanted to. He's 3 wickets in the bag thus far.
Yannick Otley just stroking it to mid-off to Keon Otley. No runs. 2 slipper gully, cover point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. That's the field for Anderson Phillip to Yannick Otley.
You can be sure Shannon Gabriel is on the field. He's been given the job twofold, opening fast bowler and motivator of the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's been very vociferous throughout the course of the innings.
That's a lovely shot from Yannick Otley. Sorry, for Greaves, sorry. It's straight back past the bowler for 4.
Quite an exquisite. Holding the side screen. That is how straight that straight drive was. Excellent shot from Graves. Moves on to 18.
With 2 slip on a gully and Anderson Phillip hostile here this morning, I would have thought the skipper would have brought in a 3rd slip for him. He's bowling right through the gate. Anderson Phillip picks up his 4th wicket. Romario Graves bowled by Anderson Phillip.
So that ball did move inward towards the batsman, and we were just talking about how good Romario Graves was looking this morning. But what a peach of a delivery from Anderson Phillip, picking up his 4th wicket, 4 for 52. Another wicket to him.
Again, bringing it back into the right-hander. Going straight through Reese. Big gap between bat and pad. Looking to heave it through mid-wicket. Missed it.
I tell you what, Anderson Phillips, a few deliveries down the leg side, he made the adjustment and got the reward here. Holding that line outside the off stump and letting the ball do the work. He was willing to pitch that ball up, being straight driven. Just drag the length back that fraction, allowed the ball just to deviate off the seam there and clipping that leg stump. Excellent delivery.
Just speaking about that, he's getting the ball to in swing to the right-handers. Got through the defense of Shamara Brooks with the 1st wicket this morning, and now bowling Greaves. That takes the total to 146 for 7 and win the 46th over.
Amari Goodridge now striding out to the middle. He's there. He's going to have to take strike to Anderson Phillips with 2 deliveries to come. 2 fours and a wicket in the over.
Yannick Otley's on 16. The last recognized batsman, Greaves, and just go on, and we see Goddard at the crease, another all-rounder.
Yeah, he did a job with the ball, getting 5 wickets, Amari Goodridge. He'll have to do some type of job here with the bat now. Anderson Phillips on fire there from the southern end. Certainly have a monumental task at hand just to see off these 2 deliveries with Anderson and it's still up. Very quick delivery there. Short bumper to Goodridge to greet him.
That's a quick delivery. This game at the UV Specs bringing out a lot of outstanding performance. Trinidad and Tobago going to the highest score they have ever recorded in first-class cricket. Amir Jangu recording his first maiden 100 and we're going on to record his first double century. Goddard picking up his 5 wicket. We've seen Anderson Phillip at 4, eyeing a 5 wicket also.
Up his drive there from Goodridge, a ball pitched up from Anderson. Phillip doesn't quite make it to Otley there. at mid-off, the end of the over, are 146 for 7 after 46 overs.
Yesterday, Camille Puran got a well-played 40 for the CCC. The only batsman really with substance for this total. See, Carrie Pierre will pick it up back again from the northern end. I think Trinidad Tobago, Red Force is all over CCC from day one, and they continue to lead in this game.
Yeah, to add to the difficulty of having to face Anderson Phillip, you have a spinner coming in that of Carrie Pierre, the opposite end. So batsmen have to deal with pace on one end and then change their entire mindset to come and deal with this left arm spinner coming around the wicket to them, getting some turn and bounce. Carrie Pierre. We haven't seen Brian Charles in this innings thus far. Carrie Pierre, 14 overs, 33 runs, and no wickets though. But Anderson Phillips has been doing the job at the other end.
And they got just stroking this one to cover point. Amir Django feels no run. Yes, so far in this innings, we haven't seen Brian Charles, and 7 wickets has been dismissed by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force.
Very interestingly, there's a long off and a long on in place to Carrie Pierre. Yannick Otley facing up. Didn't think with 7 wickets down for 146, we'd have a long off and a long on. Yeah. Anderson Phillips joining us here at long on, close by next to the commentary. But Otley hasn't shown any intent to try and go over the top or in the air. We see both men on the boundary now. Perhaps just offering Yannick Otley the single to try and get at Goodrich.
Mid-off and mid-off coming 3/4 30-yard circle.
This one cut away through the covers. It's going to go very close to the boundary. Goes into the boundary now for 4. Yannick Otley. That will bring up the 150 for CCC with 7 wickets down. This one down the leg side, paddled around the corner by Otley. There's a man out there backward square. Come around now to do the fielding. The batsman take 2 runs, 152 for 7. Yannick Otley getting some deliveries that he's able to get and put away for some runs. Moves his total up to 20 off of 47 deliveries.
That ends the 47th over of the day. The inning, 150 for 7. CCC will need Yannick Otley to bat here and him and the rest of the batsmen to bat around him if they are to get anywhere close to 250.
Anderson Phillip to continue here, surely trying to get that 5-wicket haul.
They need 441 runs to save the follow-on.
As you called for earlier, that 3rd slip, definitely with Goodrich on strike. Maybe just want to give Anderson Phillips that extra catcher in the slip area. Even a bat pad at this point.
Beaten outside the off stump again. Another quick delivery from Anderson Phillip. Goodrich coming. Two slip would have been the ideal thing here for him. 3 slip on a gully. He has 2 slip on a gully.
Bowling just short of that length. Batsman can't quite tell if to get forward or play back to it. Those that have played back, some of them took the outside edge or caught in between back, playing back and forward. Goodrich was in that difficulty there again with that delivery.
Again beaten outside the off stump. I would have removed the mid on, put him mid-wicket and bring the mid-wicket in the 3rd slip.
Most definitely. It's on the cards, that outside edge. Yannick Otley just walking down to Goodrich a bit.
Even a forward short leg will do here. Trinidad Tobago on top of this game.
Particularly with Anderson Phillip just throwing in that odd short ball at the batsman. He welcomed Goodrich to the crease with that short pitch delivery. Trinidad and Tobago would want to be on all-out attack there, particularly with the ball in Phillip's hand. That forward short and third slip would add to that aggression.
Drive into mid-off is Goddard. No run. Goodrich, no runs.
A good-looking shot there from Goodrich. Getting onto the front foot. Showing some intent. If you give me a bad ball, I will try and score.
I think CCC first option is to occupy this crease as long as possible. This 441 runs to save the 400 is out of the question. They will need in this first inning to occupy this crease as long as possible to buy some time. Again, Anderson Phillip, hostile short, lifting delivery outside the off stump.
Yes, he's always shown that he wants to bowl that short pitch delivery every now and again, just to keep the batsman honest. Particularly after that driven shot before to mid-off by Goodrich. Just pushing him back in the crease, Goodrich. Very fit looking Anderson Phillip. Up for the task at hand. Excellent season thus far for him. Fanning at that one outside the off stump.
Anderson Phillip, 27 wickets so far. Anderson Phillip.
I always give a little smirk after I see Anderson Phillip deliver and on his follow through. He always ends his follow through with that bubbly effervescence effect, particularly when he goes past that outside edge. Such exuberance from the young man. He's totally enjoying his task and his profession.
Similar to Mr. Andrew Flintoff.
You just have a look at him there. Feeling tough to his own bowling. He's bowled unchanged from that end this morning. 4 wickets for 52 runs.
Yannick Otley is at the other end. Very talented player, all-round cricketer. He's not this exciting batsman, but he's an accumulator of runs. We see the former West Indies umpire Peter Nero strolling around to his camera.
He's a director too, huh? He's a director?
His duty now is training the West Indies umpires, which is good to see. He's still in the mix. Very good umpire to pass through international cricket. See Carrie Pierre picking it up from the northern end. Still with a long off and a deep long on. Forward short leg, slip, cover point, short cover, deep cover, mid wicket and a deep backward square. Otley just coming on the front foot there and stroking it out. Brian Charles at first slip just run around and picks up no run. See Shannon Gabriel and the captain De Silva having a chat. The order is to indicate that Mr. Shannon Gabriel will come take it up from the bottom end, the southern end.
Yeah, Anderson Phillips bowling unchanged. 6 overs on the trot from that end this morning. Might very well see that change there. Shannon Gabriel coming from the southern end, just to give Anderson Phillip that bit of a break.
$152 for 7. Yannick Otley's on 22. Goodrich still to get off his mark. And let me see the mid-off and the mid-on comes to the 30-yard circle. That's to stop the single. Yannick Otley on his front foot, just Played it very defensively. Forward short leg picks up. Cutting this one to backward point straight to Amir Jangu. Low runs.
12 overs in the morning session completed thus far. Hours play complete. The players head off to drinks at 152 for 7 after 49 overs. We'll take a break here for a drink as well.
152 for 7, the combined campuses and colleges. Umpire Raj Kumar gives the signal to the scorers. He gets the okay. And we're into the second hour of play. Terence Hines will take up the bowling attack from the southern end. And he's been switched around. He started bowled a couple of overs this morning from this northern end, the gymnasium end. Mari Goodrich will face up to him. So into the second hour, post the Blue Waters drinks interval. And Billy is alongside me.
Just a change in the thinking there. We saw when Anderson Phillip finished his 6th over, we thought Shannon Gabriel would come on from that south end, but it's Terence Hines instead. Maybe Shannon prefers the north end, but he did bowl from that south end yesterday.
I think Shannon might be better suited on this end because of the direction of the wind at present. Coming from the northeast is going to help his pace. Driving outside the off stump, and you can tell by the expression from Goodrich. Just bouncing in front of the silver, in fact.
See Shannon Gabriel, they're just limbering up, running down from mid-on to square leg, just running through on the pitch there, just loosening up those muscles. So he might definitely be on from this northern end.
That's a lot of muscles to be loosening up. The big guy.
Definitely one who would appreciate the wind at his back.
Yep. Again, fishing outside that off stump. No foot movement here from Goodrich.
We've been calling for that third slip for quite some time. Yesterday as well.
Well, it's just a matter of Vikash Mohan moving 3 paces to his left.
Maybe he is at that wide third slip area then, instead of a fine gully.
But Joshua Da Silva has generally stuck to this type of field throughout the tournament once he rejoined the team in the 3rd round. This one is through that gap at point, backward point, down to Carey Pierre, who's on the boundary.
And we see as well he's also used players in that sweeper position, regardless of the state of the game, just to provide that protection. You don't want to give any boundaries away, even though you have that protection of that huge total.
Yeah, this was a discussion I remember in the earlier rounds. Myself and some of the other commentators back in St. Kitts we were having in terms of were captains a little too defensive, a little too early, even, as you mentioned, the cushion of a huge total on the board.
Well, what I can say in their defense, if a batsman gets off to a start and then he is able to post a score from boundaries being given away, for example, if he pierces that gap and Carey Pierre was sitting in the inner ring and he gets past him and it goes for 4, rather than a single, you may find that a batsman may be 40 runs or 40 runs at the end of a session rather than being just 20 runs at the end of the session. Yeah. Carey Pierre being called into the circle now.
Yeah, and I think this is, as Deo pointed out in the last half an hour, similar to having the long on and long off out, allowing the single to get at the other batter. This one, he's trying to protect the single coming down to the end of the over here so that they can get at Goodrich in the next over. And that's exactly what's going to happen here now.
Yeah, not just the man coming in there from the boundary, but also the first slip coming out, Jed Gooley going in the inner ring, just not to give them that single. So that is the thinking, definitely.
Yeah, so the end of another over, just the single in the over, 153 now for 7. And Anderson Phillip on 4 wickets. We're going to see Carey Pierre continue from the gymnasium end. So no Shannon Gabriel just yet. And with 3 wickets to go, Anderson Phillip on 4 wickets.
So just as we were confirming to keep Goodrich on strike, bring men into the ring, we see Jed Gooley joining us here at long on. So there's a long on and a long off in place. Or they changed their mind. I was just wondering there. It didn't seem to make sense that he would go out onto the boundary for Goodrich.
Yeah, he's moved them 3/4 in 3/4 way in. He's just about halfway in now. And straight in the direction of Jed Gooley, but for Terence Hines running across from mid-wicket. So Jed Gooley has gone into regulation mid-on, and Jason Mohammed has stayed at a long on. Anderson Phillip is deep backward square leg, almost at a long leg, in fact. Of course, in the red ball format, we imagine that there's a 30-yard circle. And it goes in that gap behind square. Anderson Phillip has a mighty long way to run. And you can guess who's going to win that race between ball and the fielder. You made reference earlier to him being cat-like at a fine leg yesterday.
It's very athletic. Anderson Phillips out in the deep.
Yeah, and I think that's a testament to how hard he works. So we were talking about that in the first hour. I remember getting into St. Kitts, and the first thing I saw was Anderson Phillip on the massage table, and he was getting rubbed down by the team physio, and just going through, checking on all those muscles. We know that similar to Jaden Seals, he's had his injury problems over a period of time. Punched into the offside, and it just trickles away. And when you see a player come back from severe injury or even minor injuries, as Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals have done, it definitely speaks volumes for their work ethic.
And not just physically fit. There is that level of match fitness that is required to participate at this level, which is why sometimes when a player just coming back from injuries, people question why isn't back into the senior team. It's just because he needs to get some games under his belt so he returns to that level of match fitness.
Carripier creating some problems here for Goodridge. So the end of another Carripier over, and only Kamil Puran's 40 to speak about. Everybody else getting some sort of a start other than Demario Richards, the wicketkeeper, but no one in the CCC batting lineup carrying on past 20. And that has been that has been a trouble for CCC. Their inconsistencies with the bat throughout this tournament. And we've been speaking about Shannon Gabriel. His brilliance in the field. Back live now. And Terence Hines continuing from the southern end. And I heard people speaking about Shannon Gabriel taking a wicket, a magnificent catch. I only got to see it last night when I got home because I was doing some school cricket down here in Trinidad. And it's always wonderful to see Shannon that athletic in the field, because he gets a lot of talk and a lot of stick for it.
Well, I was saying earlier that he was given his task was twofold in the team. Not just an opening bowler, but motivator as well. And he seemed to have motivated himself into taking that catch. He's been very vociferous in the outfield, cheering on his fellow players. A false start there. And even when he's in that extra cover position, fielding to Carripier, he's been very exuberant in the field. Showing that commitment there, putting his body on the line to take that catch, adding to the euphoria that was yesterday's events. A lot of celebration taking place yesterday, firstly with Django, but they were excellent catches. And one there is to the right of Brian Charles. He plucked one out of the air yesterday. This time it was higher and off to his right. Got a hand to it. Couldn't haul it in. Special effort there from him.
To that, we've been talking about Shannon for the entire morning, but the opportunity created here, and previous over from this end, it would be right into the breadbasket.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see happen. Chances go down. The bowlers are working very hard out there in these tough, heated conditions. And Brian Charles, excellent slip fielder. Yesterday we said about his catch, he had no business taking that one. Well, this time was just that fraction further away from him. An opportunity gone a begging.
Of course, hindsight is 20/20 vision. Them around the ball.
Hines coming in. Speaking about hindsight. Straight back along the ground.
I hope Terence doesn't look back at this and hear me say that. Good chap, Terence Hines. Always, you talk about the personality now of Shannon Gabriel. Terence Hines, one of those energetic, always happy-go-lucky, as they say, type persons, not just players. And I think that's that. We speak about injuries, but the evolution of players is always so fun to watch, because we remember Shannon Gabriel has always traditionally been a quiet type person, just menacing when he has the ball in his hand. And on the field, he doesn't talk much. And I think over the last couple of years, not the last Super 50, I think the Super 50 before that, I saw that in Shannon Gabriel. He started to be more vociferous in the field.
He did have that 10-wicket haul. Was it against Sri Lanka? Years ago?
Yeah, 13 in the match.
Yeah.
13 in the match.
The Queen's Park Oval. Perhaps since then, we've seen a new Shannon Gabriel, vociferous in the outfield. Previously, he waited until he let the ball do the talking.
Yeah, most definitely. Always at you, Shannon Gabriel, with that pace, and has the batters smelling the leather more often than not.
Off the outside edge. Short of that man at Gully Vikash, is it? No,
that's Keon Utley. Vikash has now gone into the slip cordon as a regulation third slip, and Keon Utley now placed into that gully-ish position that we've been talking about. The end of another over. Couple of chances created here by Terence Hines, so you feel like it's just a matter of time before one sticks. CCC are now 160 for 7. They're still trailing by 431 runs, and I don't think that 430 odd runs is anything to worry about right now or to think about. I think for CCC, it's just a matter of batting as much time as possible in this game.
Definitely, they have to put that number out of their minds and just play normal cricket out there in the middle. Play to their strengths, look for the loose balls, try to turn over the strike. Jed Gooley coming out of the slip region, offering a single to Yannick Otley. Off the bowling of Carey Peer, both long on and long off in position. We see now a sweeper, Anderson Phillips, being sent out to the boundary on the offside, just to give Yannick Otley that single so they can get at Goodridge.
There's the single down to the aforementioned Jed Gooley. And of course, in the red ball format, as I mentioned, we have the imaginary 30-yard circle. You can put all 11 fielders out on the boundary in the red ball format.
Well, there's so much white ball cricket playing. That 30-yard circle is almost permanent there in the field now. The impression of it is there. Where the disc sits, it's there. So in our minds, it's always there.
Yeah, it's engraved in our brains, in our mind's eye.
Yeah, just yesterday I was mentioning, so there are 4 men in the ring.
Yeah, so much cricket going on around the world.
Carey Peer into his 18th over. No success yet for him. He has been threatening that outside edge, getting some bounce. There is a forward short leg. One slip in place. This one hammered out through that cover area there. It's going to get to the boundary. Anderson Phillips was brought back in close proximity there. $165 for 7. Pitched up delivery, stroke down to Jason Mohammed, who did the retrieving in the previous delivery. He's there at long off. Single to Goodrich takes him to 8. Otley back on strike with 2 deliveries to come in the over. And we see that field closing in now, not giving the single to Otley. Gets it nonetheless as it turned into the onside, badly lined down the leg side. Not wanting to get the batsman off strike to get an opportunity at Goodrich at the next end, but conceding the single. Fielders will change. Back to long off and long on. And again, he punches this one through the covers. Anderson Phillips is giving chase. He'll haul it in quick as he is. Well, just one run. And Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't mind giving that single because it gives Goodrich strike now and a chance to get him again. There was a chance in the last over from Hines going to slip. Brian Charles, quite an effort from him. Diving across from second slip, wasn't able to haul it in. A chance nonetheless. Trinidad and Tobago continue to create opportunities. $168 for 7. Otley on 29. Giving hope to the innings. 53 overs gone. Hines will continue. There is 3 slips in place on a gully this time.
Terrence Hines picking it up from the southern end. The Sports and Physical Education Center end. Wide outside the off stump. Goodrich going after it, missing it. Taken by wicketkeeper Josh De Silva. Score remains at 168 for 7. We're in the 54th over of the day of the morning. Goodrich is on 9. Yannick Otley is on 29 from 62 deliveries. Again, another hot day at the UE spec here. 3 slip and a gully now. Cover point, short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And he's dropped. Straight into 2 slip hand. Vikash Mohan, and out it goes.
A third slip that we've been calling for in. As well.
Score remaining 168 for 7. CCC. And just getting on his back foot, hitting backward point for 4 from this delivery. Goodrich. CCC strike rate is at a 3.21 and they trail by 419 runs at the US spec here. That carries them to 172 for 7.
Shoulders dropping there just a bit from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Not hearing the voice of Shannon Gabriel so far. He's been very vociferous, shouting encouragement. With that chance going down there, we may need his motivation again.
Wide down the leg side, well taken by the wicketkeeper, De Silva. We haven't seen Brian Charles as yet in this inning. And it's 53.4 overs already been bowled in this inning. I don't know if he's carrying an injury or what. He has 12 wickets for the season after 5 games.
It's very quiet out there now in the middle with that chance. You could hear a pin drop.
Hitting this one to mid-on. It's Goodrich. Straight to Shannon Gabriel. No runs. Again, another hot day at the UV spec here. Cameraman said it's extra hot. Very humid also too. No breeze not blowing across the ground at the moment. And that's flick back over the square for 4 runs. Just put strain a bit on the pad and Goodrich just flicking it back over the square.
Grasped. And our loose delivery down the leg side. Just losing concentration here, Trinidad and Tobago, with that opportunity going a begging.
176 for 7 after 54 overs.
Tomorrow.
Goodrich on 17 from 30 deliveries. Yannick Otley on 29 from 62 deliveries.
Interesting, there wasn't a fine leg in place there. We've seen a fine leg in place for much of the innings. In fact, for all of the innings when the fast bowler has been operating from that southern end, particularly with that odd delivery going down the leg side. We haven't seen it gone down the leg side for quite a while, concentrating on that outside the off-stump line. But with that chance going down and shoulders dropping, that one dragged down the leg side again, and nobody had fine leg and it going for 4. So we've seen some boundaries being conceded in the last couple overs.
Carrier continues from the northern end. He has none for 49 and he's in his 19th over.
Weather conditions here, 32 degrees Celsius. Feels like 37 according to our weather app.
CCC winning the toss and sending the Red Force team to bat on Wednesday. Probably is a decision they may have regretted all now. Trailed by 415 runs at the moment. And Yannick Otley just coming on his front for his stroke into the short extra cover. Shannon Gabriel fields, there's no run. This delivery pitching on middle and leg. Yannick Otley sweeping it along to backward square. Anderson Phillip fields. Easy single. Carries Yannick Otley on the 29. 30 from 66 deliveries. And it's 177 for 7.
Carry Pierre there, just conceding that 50 runs now. Nothing in the wickets column thus far. Nineteenth over for him, none for 50.
Goodrich stroking this one to long off an easy single. Well built, powerful man, Goodrich. Picked up 5 wickets in the first inning. Bowled with some hostile pace in the opening. His opening spell on the opening day, the first hour. That brings the end of Carrier over. His total remaining on 178 for 7 after 55 overs. Anderson Phillip 4 for 52 in 17 overs. Terran Hines 2 for 38 in 11 overs. The other wicket taker Shannon Gabriel 1. So there's a bowling change here. Terrence Hines been replaced by Brian Charles from the southern end, the Sports and Physical Education Center end.
Brian Charles, for the first time, we'll be seeing him for this innings. 55 overs into the innings of CCC. Has the ball in hand now. One slip. Short leg. There's a man on the deep backward square boundary. There's a short fine leg as well for him. a point, cover mid-off. Works that one to backward point, no run. There's Shannon Gabriel on the long on boundary. Goodridge on strike. Well, hammered through the hands. Anderson Phillip there. Not able to make the stop, and it goes into the boundary. Hit straight to him through.
Hands and down to the deep cover boundary for 4. 182 for 7. Carries Goodridge to 22. Yannick Otley's on 30. There he comes on his back foot and stroke to the mid-on. Easy single. Terrence Hines picks up.
So runs have been flowing in the last few overs. 183 now for 7. The ball has been traveling to the boundary quite frequently after the drinks period.
It's a lovely shot by Yannick Otley. Hitting it forward or square. The man backward or square have no. $187 for 7. Takes Yannick Otley on to 34 from 68 deliveries. Goodridge on 23 from 34 deliveries. CCC strike rate at 3.36 at the moment. This is Brian Charles' first over of the day. Of the inning also. See the cover point now goes to the deep cover point boundary. Again, they are asking for the side screen to be moved. Moving to the eastern direction. $187 for 7. We're in the 56th over of this inning. Shannon Gabriel has come into a widest short mid wicket, forward short leg, backward square, and a deep mid wicket. Otley driving it straight to cover. Anderson Phillip fields, no run. Total remain on 187 for 7. That brings to the end of Brian Charles' first over of the inning. None for 9 after 1.
14 boundaries have been hit this morning. From the 36th over. We're now in the 56th over. So from overnight for 109, we're now at 187. 78 runs coming in the morning session.
CCC still trailed by 404 runs. Huge total still. They need 441 runs to save the forlorn. Or to ask Trinidad to bat another inning if they have to get at 441. See adjustment to the field now. The long up and long on comes in 3/4 to the 3/4. It's 254 runs again to save the forlorn. $187 for 7. Goodridge on 23. Yannick Otley on 34.
You must be close to a 50-run partnership by now. You're going past him.
Caribbean none for 51 in his 20th over. Again, Goodrich stroking it up mid-on. Calling for a single. Yannick Otley refusing it.
Jed Gooley close to the bat at mid-on. He's not at long on. Goodrich thought a single was on. Those two men at mid-off and mid-on are inside.
Caribbean is 20th over of the inning, none for 51.
Curious. Seems they no longer want to be giving Goodrich that single to get him on strike at the next end.
Quick single here. If that ball had struck the wicket, it would be very, very close for Goodrich. 188 for Seb at the end of that over. At the end of the number 57 over for this inning. Goodrich on 24 from 40 and Yannick Otley on 34 from 70. Brian Charles to continue from the southern end. Sports and Physical Education Center end.
Trinidad and Tobago just abandoning that strategy of trying to give a single to Goodrich to get him on strike at the end of the over. Having that fieldsman in, but Goodrich taking that single nonetheless, confident enough now, his partner and himself, that he can face up to the bowling now, with him being 24 runs after coming in. So he's on strike now to Charles, and this one, he goes after him, misses everything, wild swing outside of the off stump, not a clean take by the keeper, they do get a single, it's buys, but a wild swing there from Goodrich. Missing everything. First delivery of the over.
Takes the total to 189 for 7. Yannick Otley just on his front foot and just stroking into a short cover. Anderson Phillip Fields.
Amari Goodrich feeling adventurous, being very positive in his approach now.
Ian driving it hard to cover. Anderson Phillip doing well to field.
Otley on 34, the partnership. Very successful one thus far.
Driving it back hard to Brian Charles. Not gathering it. And they pick up an easy single.
Trinidad and Tobago will want to remain focused here. A couple misfields, chance put down, 2 chances put down in fact. Some misfielding as we get close to that luncheon period.
190 for 7. And he's out. Goodrich hit it straight to cover. Anderson Phillip taking a low catch to his right. And that ends the 7th wicket.
Straight to him. This time he holds on. Powerfully struck, but straight to the man. He goes for 34 runs. 24 runs, in fact.
190 for 8. Brian Charles picks up his first wicket, 1 for 10. Yannick Otley's on 35 from 73 deliveries. I think these batsmen just need to be batting around Yannick Otley. Unfortunately, they are aggressive too.
Zishan Motara makes his way out into the middle. Very interesting, this game of cricket. Carey Pierre bowling close to, I think, 20 overs, conceding 50 runs and not getting a wicket, threatening every over to get that wicket with that turn and bounce he was getting. On comes Brian Charles from the other end into his second over and already picks up a wicket, having gone for 10 runs in his first over. 9 runs in his first over, in fact.
Motara comes to the crease. Last game here, he came in as a night watchman and got 57 runs. Was the last man out to be run out. Comes to the crease at 190 for 8. CCC trails by 401 runs.
I'm very keen to have a look at this young man, Motara. His ability with the ball, taking wickets. We've seen he has ability with the bat as well. Let's see how he fares here today. He has a reliable partner, Yannick Otley, 35 at the opposite end. And he'll be facing Brian Charles, who just came on to bowl. 20 minutes before, just about 17 minutes before the luncheon interval.
Slip on a gully. That brings the end to the over. 190 for 8 after 58 overs. Brian Charles 1 for 10 and 2 overs. 190 for 8. Kamil Puran yesterday 40 from 54 deliveries. We have Yannick Otley 35 and Goodrich 25. Continue from the northern end with Carripier.
Have a look across there at the University of the West Indies facility, across in the Social Sciences building. Students' classes in session. There's a glimpse into the activity center. There's a lot of activity taking place out here in the middle as well. 8 wickets down. Carripier back into the attack. Carripier would be keen to get a digit into that wicket-taking column. He's bowled 20 overs thus far. Conceded 52 runs. Wicket falling at the opposite end. Sending
Slip.
Jason Mohammed
Slipper forward, short leg.
just a bit deeper.
Yannick Otley pushing this along off. Easy single.
Field spread there just to get Otley off the strike to get a chance at Motara.
Goes to 36 from 75 deliveries. CCC goes to 191 for 8 and trailed by exactly 400 runs in this first inning. Motara taking strike for the first time against Carripier. Stroking it back to the bowler. Slip forward, short leg. Cover point, cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. And a backwards, D backward square. On his back foot and hitting it back to Carripier. Launch very close by here. Both batsmen will be have their eye on that. See, a leg slip comes in now for this batsman. Cephas Cooper. That brings it in to the over. 191 for 8 after 59 overs. Yannick Otley remains on 36 from 75 deliveries.
Otley there steady all morning, getting through that first hour of play to the drinks break and not batting very close to the luncheon period. Is 9 runs short of 200 runs for CCC. He's on 36.
Brian Charles from the southern end, the Sports and Physical Education Center end, bowling to Yannick Otley. He's pushing his to cover. Anderson Phillips fields.
5 men on the onside, 4 on the off. There's a man, a deep backward point on the boundary.
Driving this one to long off. Easy single.
A conversation between Jason Mohammed and Carrie Pierre, who was that man at the deep point boundary. Interesting fielding position to the off spinner Brian Charles. 5 men on the onside. Field changes now for Motara. Second slip is coming into play.
Tara leaving this one wide outside the off stump from Brian Charles. Second slip forward, 2 slip forward, short leg. Yes, Mutara coming on his front foot and being beaten straight to De Silva. Kane playing and missing outside the off stump is Mutara.
Not much turn on offer for Brian Charles. He's gone past that outside edge quite a lot. He's right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Mutara. No mid-off in place. 2 runs to Mutara. They're stroking it down the ground. Man from mid-on having to run around and pick that one up just inside the boundary at long off.
That carries a total to 194 for 8 in the 60th over.
Mutara gets off the mark there, pushing that one down the ground.
Yannick Otley remains on 37 from 77 deliveries. Brian Charles, 1 for 13. We're seeing another change from the northern end. Anderson Phillips taking up the attack from the northern end.
He wasn't going to keep him out of the attack. 4 wickets thus far for him. Trying to get that 5-wicket haul. He's going to return to the end he started from, the northern end. The gymnasium end at the UE Spec building. We haven't seen Shannon Gabriel this morning with the ball. Carrie Pierre, Terrence Hines and Anderson Phillip have been used. Just about 10 minutes to the lunch break. Anderson Phillip might get 2 overs in here with Brian Charles operating at the other end.
Fall off wicket at 42, 65, 76, 78. First 4 batsmen. Anderson Phillip 4 for 52 from 17 overs, takes it up from the northern end.
Diving stop there from Shannon Gabriel at extra cover. Collapsing on the ball there in a heap. Doing human service in the field there, Shannon Gabriel.
Anderson Phillip is the 18th over of this inning.
Single on offer with the batsman up not to take it. Yannick Otley on strike. I think he decides that he's going to handle the bowling of Anderson Phillip. Not going to leave it up to the 17-year-old Motara just yet.
CCC trailed by 397 runs. Slip, gully, cover, deep cover point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square. Otley forward to cover and Gabriel just struts around to his right and picks it up.
There is a man at backwards, deep square leg rather, and a man at fine leg. So 2 men out into the deep. If there is a short ball in store for Utley, Philip has been known to just test out the middle of the wicket there.
The deep cover point. They pick up a easy single.
The field closing in now. Motara on strike. A chance for 2 deliveries to the young man Motara from Anderson Phillips. That square leg coming in. So is the long off as well as that sweep on the boundary.
195 for 8. Carries Yannick Utley to 38 from 81 deliveries. Motara is on 2 from 9.
So brother Keon Utley now in the gully. He previously at sweeper. 2 slips in place.
The backward square comes off mid wicket. Slip, a gully, cover point, cover, extra cover, mid off. And Motara just strokes this one between this gully and the cover point to the boundary for 4.
They're just putting bat to ball there. It goes past Keon Utley at gully. Seems as though he didn't pick it up at all. Sped across the outfield into the boundary. Django there to retrieve it. Not a man move.
Motara goes to 6. Had a good knock in the last game, 57. Last man he got run out against the West Indies emerging players, academy players.
A feeling change being inspired by that shot there. Joshua De Silva calling Gully. Maybe going into 2 gullies now there.
So remove the mid-on. No mid-on. Gully takes up the second gully position. Motara just coming on here, working it on the short mid off. Mid on. No runs.
2 deliveries there to face from Motara. One he put past the gully fieldsman into the boundary for 4. Second one he played out to mid on there and looked quite comfortable facing up to Anderson Phillips, the chief wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago.
199 for 8 after 61 overs at a strike rate of 3.26. Anderson Phillips 4 for 57 from 18 overs. Motara remains on 6. Yannick Utley is on 38 from 81 deliveries. CCC trail by 392 runs at the moment.
Gary Pierre getting a break there. Anderson Phillips picking up that attack from the northern end. Brian Charles is the man with the ball in hand to try and prize out the wicket of Yannick Utley. He's looked solid this morning. Continuing on, he's on 38. CCC 199, one away from that 200 mark. They'll get it now with that one squeezed out into the offside. And that's 200 runs up for the CCC.
Brings up the 200 for CCC. Brian Charles having 12 dot balls in this inning so far.
Steady run rate of 3.27. It's been on or about 3, just over 3 for the morning session. Quite a number of boundaries coming this morning. Make it about 16 boundaries in all, just about. High scoring ground, this Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground.
Again, Motara coming on front foot and is going through to De Silva.
Interesting approach from Brian Charles. He usually does it coming right arm around the wicket and going across the right hand batsman. Some confusion there with the 2 in the middle there. Motara thought it was a run, playing it out to Shannon Gabriel. But Yannick Utley knows the capability of Shannon Gabriel. But that's Hines there at mid-off.
Mutara on his back foot, just played it.
Mutara eager to get off strike, turn it over to Yannick Otley.
Whipping this one to backward square, they'll pick up a single. Mutara.
He does get that single now. Eases off of strike.
Mutara goes to 7 from 15 deliveries and it's 201 for 8 CCC. We enter the 62nd over of the day, the morning period.
He looks very much in control, as did Romario Graves. Both of them batted well together in the previous matches.
Just going in the air for a bit, Yannick Otley dropping short of cover.
Gap between him and Anderson Phillips, who's in the covers. That ball just landing between. Shouts of catch it.
202 for 8 after 62 overs. Runs, as we see Anderson Phillips from the northern end picking it up again.
That is what Brian Charles was trying to achieve with that angle that he's coming from around the wicket going across the right-hander. Either to get one to come back in with the turn or just to drift away and get that outside edge, that time coming off the outer portion of the bat.
Short lifting delivery to Yannick Otley, just pulling in the line, out of the line and letting it go. This could well be the last over for lunch.
Yeah, he did get that second over. Enough time. Resuming this spell now from the northern end.
He started yesterday from the northern end with the ball. Two slip, gully, deep cover point, cover, mid off, a wideish mid on, and a deep backward square, mid wicket.
A little bit of change in the field. He had two gully in the last over there. Mutara put that one past Otley at gully, but this time he opts for a sweeper on the boundary. Two slips and one gully. There is a man on the deep mid wicket boundary for that short pitch delivery. Looks like Jason Mohammed out there.
Fine leg, Terrence Hines. Just coming very easily on his front foot and playing it to mid-off. Caribbean Fields, no run.
Otley has looked solid this morning.
Extremely solid. 202 for 8. Yannick Otley's on 40 from 86 deliveries. Mutara is on 7 from 15 deliveries. Anderson Phillips is 19 to over 4 for 57.
Otley bowled long spells for the CCC. It would be long spells with Trinidad and Tobago amassing 591 runs.
Again, another short one outside the off stump. Yannick Otley just letting it go by. CCC's trailed by 389 runs in the first inning.
Field still spread with Otley on strike. Anderson Phillips wants to get a couple deliveries at Mutara. He has the chance only to get one though. This is the 5th ball of the over.
Otley just coming on his front, stroking to deep cover. Refused the run, but one delivery left. Could well be the last for lunch.
Yeah, and Yannick Otley doing very well in that over there, seeing off all deliveries from Anderson Phillip, not wanting to give Mutara the opportunity to fight off Anderson Phillips. But now he'll look for that single to get on strike, or he could just make it to the luncheon interval here. And he would have done well to shepherd through the second innings, the second hour of play before lunch.
Yeah, like pushing his the one down. We'll run close to the boundary here. Jet Gully's after it. He's going to pick it up inside the boundary. And they get 2. And they goes to 42. And that's lunch on the third day. CCC closing at 204 for 8 after 63 overs. Mutara on 7. Yannick Otley on 42. Today's CCC starting and losing their skipper very early in the second over of the day, and has been pegged back right through. And as they go in for lunch at 204 for 8, we resume in the next 40 minutes until that lunch break.
So it is day 3 in round 6 of the CWI 4-day championship, the CWI championships. We are here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus, the Sports and Physical Education Center. The encounter, the combined campuses and colleges versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the combined campuses and colleges have progressed in their first innings to 204 for 8. Still a mighty long way in a drift and in a race, in fact, on first innings to the Red Force's big total. And alongside me to start off the post-lunch session is Billy Furlong. Afternoon, Billy.
Good afternoon to all our viewers here. We welcome you back to this game, the third day. Trinidad and Tobago very much on top, 204 for 8. But Yannick Utley has looked very solid there on 42. Almost a chanceless innings from him thus far. He'll have to start over, get settled again, and try to see how long he can stay there. He has with him his companion Mutara.
Well, let's see if he can do one better than his brother, because on the first day, the first ball after lunch, his brother got out. So he's definitely gone one better. And his brother was on 47 at the time. So he's done one better here. He's played out the first ball.
Yeah, no doubt he'd want to outdo the performance of his brother and go past that 47 as well and get that 50.
In fact, our graphics man has just played a trick on us. It was actually Mutara was on strike for the first ball. We're going to have a word with our graphics department at the end of this session.
Well, he's made it interesting again with Utley on strike. It'll be his first ball after lunch.
He's played it out. So he's now officially done one better than his brother.
Well, to be fair, there was a field spread on the offside. They're giving him that chance of that easy signal. Not quite the same pressure of the bowler he had to face up against was
point
Goodrich.
Taken. Yeah, point taken.
And Goodrich was a mean bowler, that too, coming back from that break after lunch.
Yeah. And of course, it's the first day, so you're still a little bit fresher than you would be on the third or fourth, fifth day in Test match cricket. Brian Charles, of course, continuing in his spell. He's bowled 4 overs prior to this and 18 runs, 1 wicket.
You mentioned Test match cricket and Brian Charles in the same breath. You can only finish that sentence to add Lara at the end of it. After Test cricket, you say Brian Charles must be followed by Lara.
Don't get me started. He is my favorite player of all time, the greatest batter to ever play the game.
I don't think he would have ever played a game at this facility, however.
Not to my knowledge. I was telling Deo on the first day, this lovely facility here, I saw the likes of Jacques Callis and Cameron Akmal, that era of players. And that's the era that Brian Lara played in. But I don't think he ever played here. He did. So Deo has told us he's played an exhibition game here at the UE facility.
Now that game you mentioned, Pakistan versus South Africa, warm-up game for the ICC World Cup a few years ago. I was present here sitting in one of those bleachers across there.
Cameron Akmal hit the ball over the rugby field in that one.
A chance there, first slip to Gooley. Tough one, low down, off the edge. Trying to see if it just pitched in front, dropped in front of.
Just in front of him. And that's the good soft hands of the batter. So playing down. If he had gone harder at the ball, it probably would have flew up.
Yeah, Yannick Utley there. Coming off the edge. Getting a single for it. So not quite the first ball after lunch, but a chance nonetheless for Utley. First over after lunch. Not really much, a half chance really bouncing in front of Gooley. If there had been a step in or half a step in, it might have been a chance.
It's always difficult because you take that half a step in and then you realize the ball flies over your head. And then you take the step back and it drops short.
All depends on what the bowler, how fast he pushes one through. If he holds it back, there's more flight in the delivery, and you are in one position, not being able to adjust for that delivery as it goes through the air. You just have to be proactive and anticipate.
Of course, it's going to be interesting this afternoon to see. We spoke about it briefly in the first session, what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force tactics would be if and when they do get the final 2 wickets now. That lead is still in excess of 350. So CCC is still a way off, about 200 runs off of avoiding the follow-on. And speaking of follow-on, just to bring you up to date on some of the other scores around the tournament. The Jamaica Scorpions were bowled out this morning for 153, replying to Guyana Harpy Eagles' 424. So they conceded a huge deficit on first innings, some 270 runs. Cut away behind point, or just through point. Just the easy single. So Guyana had the option to enforce the follow-on, and they didn't. They went back into bat, and they are just a little bit off of their lunch break. Of course, Jamaica an hour behind us, and Guyana are presently 49 for 2.
It all adds to the various permutations and combinations of that points table. What is possible there now? All to play for. It's wide open with all of these teams and these close games, and we've seen so many teams getting bonus points for batting this round, the round 6.
Tucked into the leg side, and another easy single. So the singles coming quite comfortably here for CCC post the lunch interval. 209 for 8 they have progressed in the West Indies Academy versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes game. That's being played in Coolidge out there in Antigua, and the Academy managed to bowl out the Volcanoes for 162, and then they replied on first innings with 158. The Volcanoes in their second innings are 258 for 8, so they have a lead of 262. And I think should the Academy take those 2 wickets before the Volcanoes get to 300, or before they get to 295, I think any target under 300 is not safe with the Academy.
Yeah, this season 2024 have seen a lot of batsmen get a lot of runs, teams scoring well over 300 runs their time at the bat, and not just in first innings, in second innings as well, managing to get over 300 runs, which is good to see for West Indies cricket, particularly in the second innings where spinners that previously have dominated over the years on those 4-day pitches. We see in teams still going with a positive intent on scoring over 300 runs. As
Anderson Phillip comes in from the southern end. It's been the pick of the bowlers for the Red Force, 4 for 59. Hunting that 5-for. Starts as he did this morning, just outside the off stump. And I'll tell you why I make the reference, of course, because the caliber of batters in the Academy setup, yes, they only scored 158 in this match, first innings, but they're batting basically down to number 10 and 11. They're all fearless when they go to bat. And you have the likes of Mbiki Joseph at the top of the order, Kadeem Allen at the top of the order, who can hit the ball a long way. And they play one way, they play fearlessly. And then you have someone in the middle order like a Joshua James who hits the ball from here to San Fernando.
Yeah, whenever Joshua James tried out to the middle, that's a man I'm going to look at. Just want to tune into when he's at the crease. Even when he has the ball in his hands, you know, it's a player that I like to look at just because of their positive attitude and positive nature to complement their talent.
And then you look at someone like a Teddy Bishop who's so elegant. And then you look at their captain, Naimi Young. And he's not just a bowler, he is an all-rounder. And he can hold his own better than most with the bat. And then you look at Joshua Bishop, who you think is a bowler. And then he comes in and gives you 50 and 30 balls.
Well, that has been a feature of the season thus far. Bowlers are holding up their end with the bat. And we see 2 here. Yannick Otley really an all-rounder in his own right. But, of course, Motara here in this game has made runs for the CCC.
So that's how nicely poised that one is out there in Coolidge. And then, of course, the table toppers, Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And this one is a good one. It looks for all money that this might be the game, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Barbados Pride. It looks for all money that that game at the Queen's Park Oval might be the one that goes into a draw. Because the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 189 for 3. Replying to Barbados, replying on first innings. Pulled in the air, but it will fall well short of the man at backward square on the boundary. So just another 1 run.
Yeah, and if that game is heading in that direction, it'll be very interesting for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
It opens up the top of the table.
Of course it does, yeah. So Joshua De Silva will be very keen to get these 2 wickets as quickly as possible and then have to make that decision if it's not already made. Are they going to bat again? Which is the question is all on all our minds here, seeing that Guyana decided to go back in and bat. But what would you think if you were the captain? What would you do?
But again, it's all dependent on when the 2 wickets come and how big the lead is. Because we can talk about that, and as we said this morning, beauty of a short ball here. It brings a new life.
17 years of age, facing up to the pace of Anderson Phillip, sniffing the leather that once goes through to Joshua De Silva, just high above his shoulders there. There's no forward short leg for that short pitch ball. If he does, we saw a pull shot that ballooned up into the air.
You talk about captaincy, and I don't think throughout this tournament, I don't think for Anderson Phillip in particular that Joshua De Silva has used he hasn't really used a forward short leg for any of his seamers. He would use it more so with the spinners, looking for that forward defensive that just pops up. A little fuller this time. It's turned away through mid wicket. They'll pick up 1. They'll go back for 2. And the throw comes in now. So runs are flowing a bit here for CCC. And at the end of the over, 210 for 8, the score has progressed, which gives credence to the answer I was giving you. It all depends again, because we can talk about all these different things, and then CCC ends up passing that follow-on score.
Well, I think it would factor in as well the bowlers, you know. The bowlers have been toiling out there. It's been very hot out there. And would you want to give them a rest and go back out there and bat? And again, that would hinge upon at what time the innings comes to a close here to determine. So if it goes down to tea time, you know, your bowlers can have a go after tea and then get a rest overnight. However, if it comes now, you know, then they'll have to bowl again through the course of the entire day. So that all of that adds to the permutations and combinations to factor into any decision De Silva has to make.
Carrie Pierre will continue from the gymnasium end. I think I would go back and bowl though.
Well, I would have a chat definitely with Anderson Phillip. He's bowled a lot of overs. Shannon Gabriel as well. You haven't seen him this morning thus far. And Brian Charles is relatively fresh as well. Carrie Pierre putting in, he's in his 23rd over now. So, but definitely have a word with your 2 fast bowlers and Terran Hines as well, how they feel about it.
I think that Shannon Gabriel factor might just be part of my rationale for going back and bowl rather than going back in and bat, even with the option of enforcing the follow-on.
Do you reckon they're saving him for the second innings?
It's possible. It's something to think about. Because as you said, we haven't seen Shannon for the day. And he worked up a good head of steam yesterday. Notwithstanding the catch he had no business taking. Yeah, he's down at fine leg now. As we're speaking about Shannon Gabriel, our cameraman is fighting to find him. He's well disguised by the tent next to the scorers, where the medical staff are all positioned as well. Of course, we must say good afternoon, and thank you for them as well. Those first responders who are here. You never know what things may happen. Thankfully, nothing has happened that they have been called into action. So the end of the carry pair over, 213 for 8. Here's a refreshing sight. And Nafin Bidesi is on the field.
Just why I'm wondering, you have a word with your bowlers. Terran Hines is off the field after lunch. I just want to ensure that your bowlers are capable enough, fit enough, if you do decide to bowl again and enforce follow on.
I think Terran Hines is just eating. He's still eating. Having said that, yeah, so it's not Terrence Hines who's off the field. So we're going to have to make a check again. Oh, so they're playing shuffle the deck here.
Just have us on our piece. Keeps us on our toes.
But I think
speaking of the man.
Yeah, there you go. Anderson Phillip will continue. This one just tucked behind the square leg. Carey Pierre will do the fielding.
The 4 men on the onside. 5 men on the onside, interestingly enough.
He's giving him cover for the ball into the batter, and I think
he wants to get Motara on strike. There's no slip either. Third man, fine leg, deep backward square, deep backward point, single on offer for Otley.
So interesting tactics. Again, a beauty of a delivery here from Anderson Phillip. You just get the feeling that it's just a matter of time before he picks up the fifer.
Which is why I would want to keep at least one slip in place for him. He is your main, most successful bowler of the innings. And for the season thus far, I think he's earned that one slip at least.
Yeah, and if you recall in the first session, we were talking about those tactics of different captains. And I think through this tournament, from a captaincy perspective, I think some of the captains, through all the teams, they have played the players rather than the game. Come back to it.
Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Brian Charles is there at a gully position. So there is one man in the cordon there awaiting that catch.
Oh, but you're talking about regulation first. And I make the point, I think it was Joshua James himself playing against, I think it was the Leeward Islands game. And the minute Joshua James came in, the field spread. But the academy were, I think, 5 or 6 wickets down. And Rakim Cornwall, the captain, immediately spread the field, expecting Joshua James to be hitting out. And you know what Joshua James did? This one turned it down to the sweeper, Jason Mohammed, on the offside, and it'll just be a couple of runs. You know what Joshua James did?
He just milked him for singles, turned the striker wrong.
Yeah, he played forward defensive.
Played himself in.
He played himself in, dropped and ran.
Which is the smart thing to do.
So I think sometimes, and for the benefit of the viewers and listeners, it is criticism, yes, but it is constructive at the end of the day, because we do understand that many of the captains around the region, they're still learning. Joshua De Silva is still learning. Rakim Cornwall, even with all that experience, is still learning. Naim Young is still learning.
Well, the catches that have gone off the outside edge has been to that second, third slip area, where Charles seems to be in the vicinity of. We all know his capability to pluck things out of the air.
Yeah, I would still like him to be the same thing I said about Vikash this morning. 3 pieces left.
They're not quite in the position where the edges went to. Just to the left of where he's standing. And there is cover there. Mohan is at the third man boundary.
Short, and it's popped up. And Joshua Da Silva calls everyone in. So he's now going to save the single with 2 deliveries, 1 delivery to go in the over, in fact. You can see Joshua Da Silva there calling everyone in.
Similar to when he was batting, he gave the same direction to the side screen operators. This time calling his men in. There's still 2, one at fine leg and one at backward square.
And that's obviously the cover for the short ball.
Just 1 delivery to come. Otley on 48 for 101 deliveries. He just 1 past his brother now, who made 47.
That will be an interesting Sunday lunch. There's the short ball to finish. Too short on that occasion. Umpire Rajkumar raising the arm.
Ball 68 overs old almost. Dug into the middle of the pitch and getting that kind of bounce just goes to show what type of surface it is. Extra delivery to come from Philip now. He make the most of it.
He's going short to finish the over again. The end of the over, 216 for 8.
Interesting there. Mohan came up into a second slip position for that final delivery. So Joshua Da Silva thinking all the while about his fielding positions and strategy for each delivery, trying to prize out these 2 batsmen here. Otley remains on 48. He's looked rock solid. Motara, on the other hand, he has been looking to find scoring areas. He's just on 12. Terence Hines will resume. Oh, Brian Charles it is.
Yeah, it is an easy mistake to make. They sport the same hairstyle.
Well, Hines did bowl from this end this morning. Charles was bowling from the southern end with Carey Pierre bowling his left arm from this end. Charles will have a go. Now from the northern end, he did pick up that 1 wicket, his second over from that south end. Again, Da Silva changing it up. Dab down pass backward point there. Single. Motara just using the angle of the delivery. That room outside the off stump. Gets off strike. Brings Otley on 48. And there this field is going to spread again. See 1 man dropping out into the deep on the onside. Looks like Navin Bidesi there.
So 49 now to Yannick Otley. Just 1 away from what would be a 7th first class half century. He looks so comfortable. I don't think that he's going to do anything rash. I think he's going to get that single. In the air, a sweep shot, but it goes fine enough. Carey Pierre, one of the best fielders in the Caribbean, speedy, and there's the evidence of it. Pulls it up just about 6 inches in front of the rope.
Something we've grown accustomed to seeing in the CPL tournament. Carey Pierre, very
Anyway, he plays cricket. It happens. You can put him to play fet match, backyard cricket. He's going to do the same thing. I think he's built that way. But that's the effort you look for. That's going to give Brian Charles a little bit of encouragement here, seeing his fielders back him up like that.
I think we all learned that from bathing at the Maracas beach, throwing ourselves around, playing wind ball cricket on the beach.
So 2 deliveries to go in the over. Everyone is called in off the boundary.
Otley on 49 here. The more adventurous batsman of the two has been Motara. Otley just happy to stroke the ball around.
Doesn't get it. Looking for that single through backward point.
Fortunate for him, it was the second to last ball in the over. Normally the field would have been spread if it was early in the over, and he would have gotten that single.
That's the awareness of Joshua De Silva. Cut, backward point, through point, along the ground. He's running. The ball is also running. It's going to be a boundary, is it? Just in front of the boundary. He's going to pick up 3 runs. And those 3 runs, a 7th first-class half-century for Yannick Otley. Coming in 106 deliveries, 6 4s, no 6s, but a decent enough strike rate at 49. So, yeah.
Shamar Brooks, he would have been very happy with that knock there from Yannick Otley. Hope that he will push on. Motara is there. There are 2 wickets to go, but he would want Otley to stay there to the very end, but as long as possible. It's been a chanceless knock so far, pushing the ball into the gaps. He's been working the ball around because of that strategy to Trinidad and Tobago to try and get at Motara. There are that spaces available in the field. He did it when Goodridge was on strike until De Silva decided no more free singles to them and closed the field up. But Otley has been content just to push the ball in that gap. Strike rate just under 50 as he brings up his 50.
And in the context of the game, that strike rate is definitely a good strike rate because wickets have been falling all around him. Anderson Phillip will continue from the southern end. And Joshua De Silva taking the ball well above his head. Umpire Rajkumar gives it as a wide.
Both umpires just confirmed there. It's the second one given a wide for height in the space of 2 overs from Phillips. Just curious, Phillips is looking at the decision very doubtfully. Maybe the lunch giving him an extra burst of energy.
I think so.
Might have been the perfect height for one Siddiqui Henry, who copped one on the helmet. Taller lad.
Goes Fuller. It's pushed out into the covers.
Just guided there from our cameraman. Yannick Otley is that fraction shorter, sufficiently enough for that to be called a wide. That short pitch delivery with that man out a deep backward square. Anderson Phillips was more up in the rib cage area. Needs to push that shorter ball a fraction further closer to the batsman.
Cut through point, backward point. Jason Mohammed collects and throws in. And that's good fielding from Jason Mohammed. Off the boundary at backward point quickly. And just kept them to 1. But they looked for all money. They were going for 2 runs there.
Yeah, they've been going after 2 runs in the outfield when Jason Mohammed has been out there. He's quick to the ball, but just a little bit of a weaker arm than the rest. Certainly no Anderson Phillips in the field with that throwing arm. But that time he did well enough to get it very quickly. There we see trying to just loosen up that right shoulder a bit after throwing that one to prevent that second run.
Maybe he's loosening up the arm to take a bowl.
157 runs to him in the first inning. No spring chicken. Still managing to score 157 runs.
Appeal, yes is given. Umpire Kumar raises the finger. And Joshua De Silva with to give his mate Anderson Phillip 5 wickets in the innings. So Anderson Phillip climbing the bowling charts on the bowling leaderboard. He has a 5 for here today versus CCC.
Excellent effort there from Anderson Phillip, taking that ball again after lunch. He's done so after every break, telling his captain he wants these wickets here. Captain, I can do this job for you here. I can bowl them out. 5 wickets for his effort there. And a lot of effort into every one of his spells, even trying out with the short pitch bowling. Takes a lot of effort to generate that pace, especially when you want to bowl those short pitch deliveries as well. And getting success there. 5 for 67. Young Motara falling to a feather of an edge through Joshua De Silva.
So, Mr. Deo, you'll have to keep adding to the 25 that you told me this morning when we started and Anderson Phillip started. He's now on 28 for the season, is Anderson Phillip.
There's 3 deliveries in the over here. Certainly, Phillip would just want to get another one here. Close this off. 226 for 9. One more wicket to him here would see the end of the CCC's innings.
Yeah, and they're still trailing by 365. So now the thoughts start going through the minds. Do we enforce a follow-on? Do we not? Or as you said, those may be discussions that were had at the luncheon interval. So they already know they're after the 2 wickets, the 3 wickets, the 2 wickets in fact in the first hour, and then they know what they're going to do once those 2 wickets come along. So Anderson Phillip with one of the 2 needed to bowl out. Anderson Phillip with one of the 2 wickets needed to bowl out CCC, and a magnificent 5 for the chap. Down the leg side. Yeah, so a 5 for the young man from Couva, McBean Couva. I'm so glad that I have Mr. Deo Narayan Dial here. He can give me all the stories of Anderson Phillip on the Exchange cricket ground down there in Central.
Yeah, that McBean area, that Exchange cricket ground just on the side of the road, a very small ground, very short boundaries.
I think after this over, Mr. Dial is going to have a few stories for us. So 1 delivery to go in the over again.
Just for our listeners, McBean area in Couva, close to where the Rudnat Kapildeo Learning Institute, located in that area on the southern main road.
Two slips on a gully and the backward point await. Cover, mid-off. That's your offside set. Mid-on and mid-wicket. Fine leg. Just as I say that, the mid-wicket is moved to forward square leg. Just about. Edged through the slip cordon. Right in front of us. Played with...
Was the edge.
Well, it is part of the bat.
Still went for 4.
That's the pace that Anderson Phillip is bowling. So at the end of a successful over from Anderson Phillip, 230 for 9, the combined campuses and colleges. Anderson Phillip now, after 22 overs, has picked up a 5 for 71.
Yannick Utley still there. 53 not out to his name. He'll be on strike. What would be his modus operandi now?
That question from Billy. I think I'll ask Deo that same question. 53 not out from Yannick Utley as Brian Charles continues. What would be Yannick's approach now, knowing that it's just 1 wicket remaining?
Well, I think a blessed afternoon to everyone. I think he will just have to try and bat a couple balls in the over and look for a single. Maybe try to give Blazers less maybe one ball over two if it's possible. I think that's the only choice he has right now.
And that deficit still well in excess of 250 runs. Still trailing, in fact, well over 350. 361 the deficit.
We welcome back our cricket fanatic, Mr. Barrow, former Harvard man, always around cricket.
Yeah, that's our resident statistician for the weekend.
A walking encyclopedia.
That he is.
I think Anderson Phillip has bowled well today with some good pace from his first over today, and I think he was duly rewarded with 5 wickets today. Takes his tally to 28 for the season.
Yeah, I think during the session we'll go through those leaderboards, because we can now add on to some of the leaderboards that we went through on the first day.
Having a good season, you know, surely the West Indies selectors will have an eye on him.
I think through those leaderboards, I think Amir Django will be somewhere now in the top 5 batters.
Of course, you know, he had a good knock against Barbados, undefeated on 93 and 37. Followed up here with a double century. Maiden first class 100 and maiden double century. It was a beautiful inning by Amir Django. I must say, every time this young man get a chance to play for Trinidad, he always excel.
And I heard someone yesterday mention the former Fatima boy, and it's something I said as well when he was making his way to the century mark. And yesterday I had the opportunity to call his alma mater, also my alma mater, their intercall match, and everyone already knew that he got to the double century when I went downstairs. And you can see all the smiles on the faces from his former coaches, his former teachers. They're also proud of him. And even when you look across social media, even from some of the other schools where he's had some influence, they're all so very proud and happy for him. And we are definitely proud and happy for him as well. He's worked really hard at his game, as has Anderson Phillip, who is now going to make way at the southern end. Terence Hines will come in. But as Anderson Phillip is no longer bowling, now might be a good time to give us some of those stories.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip, a young guy from David Junction, McBean. You know, there was a clique together. Nicholas Puran, him, Christopher Vincent, Mark Dial, other guy. They started the cricket at the Exchange Cricket Ground. They will always be at the ground playing for Exchange reserve team.
So Terence Hines looking to finish up with this innings and give his team the opportunity to go into the second innings with a huge lead. 2 slips and a gully, same field, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg.
The next 2 young guys, Brandon Harry Lochan and Kevin Ragbir. They were under the stewardship of Mr. Mulchan Lewis, the former chairman of the Regional Corporation in Vancouver.
Nicely played here from Blades. And no ball signaled by umpire Lyndon Rajkumar.
He was just talking about it. They knew when Amir Django scored his 100. You know, scoring a century for your country is always a fantastic feeling. And more a double century.
He now holds the highest individual total for the 2024 season, for the championship, that is. Through mid-wicket, just flicked off the toes, and it will go into the boundary now. 4 runs. So Anderson Phillip earlier in the day would have had a little a little trial, so to speak, in terms of pitching down the leg side. Terence Hines here on this occasion doing the same thing.
I think it's really coming down the wicket. You're coming over the breeze, and I think all the bowlers, fast bowlers from that end, show this to do this, inclined to do the same thing. Goodrich got a lot of balls sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, possibly just atmospheric or conditions. The slope as well.
When you're trying to bowl in swing and it is not lined up properly, you're going to find yourself having that happening.
But you can see what Terence Hines is trying to do, though. He's trying to attack the stumps.
Anytime he runs wide of the stump, he'll end up in this problem. Scoring a double century for your country is a great achievement, and I know he's going to remember that for the rest of his life.
And I think we had a part of this discussion during the lunch break, the fact that the selectors through this tournament now have an even harder job because Casey Carty himself has scored a century today for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So a lot of players scoring centuries in the 2024 season of the CWI 4-Day Championship. So from a batting perspective and a bowling perspective, the selectors have a tough job selecting that team for England in July.
Because Goodrich got 5 wickets in this game also in the first inning.
Yeah, a lot of players stepping up, and I think that was part of the discussion we had at lunch. Generally, when there's no international cricket going on, you find your international players coming into a tournament like this, and they're the ones who kind of take the mantle, and they're the ones who give you the big performances. But with so much cricket now going on, and many of our international players off at different franchises, some taking a rest because they've been playing so much cricket, only Craig Brathwaite came out Roach for a little time, Ruston Chase, to my memory. Your international players who are here, now Shannon Gabriel. But the majority of runs and wickets have been from players who don't have that type of international experience. Again, through the leg side, he's put the backward square leg in place at this time, though. So it won't be a boundary. Just
Casey Carty have a piece of international cricket already too. So, but it's nice to see that the younger players are coming through. And I think this is what the Cricket West Indies wants to see. It will augur well for the future of West Indies cricket.
Yeah, at the end of the over, 236 for 9. And I'm one that is really proud for Casey Carty because you can see how hard he works at his game. And you can see all the immense talent that he has.
What impressed me a lot with him, when he plays test cricket or white ball cricket, and when he went to the CPL T20, he just shifted to another gear to climatize to that cricket very easily. That 88 he scored in Guyana was a gem of an inning.
Yeah. Brian Charles will continue. Again, hunting that last wicket here, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And we talk about so many of the young players, and we spoke about it briefly. He's on the field now, Navin Bidesi, and we spoke briefly on the first day, Dio, yourself and I mentioned what I saw in the T10 format with Navin Bidesi, and I really, really hope that he is given the opportunity to play in the final round because he is an immense talent.
That final round will be left to the coach and the captain. The coach is the chairman of Trinidad Selectors too. So that will be left up to their likeness. Coming back to what I was telling you earlier, Exchange Cricket Club, a small village, small ground, will be very proud of the amount of youngsters they have produced to go on. Nicholas Puran, Mark Dial, Anderson Phillip, Christopher Vincent, Vikash, Kevin Ragbir. All these guys have gone on to play first-class cricket in Trinidad. Harry Lochan.
Solid in defense is Yannick Otley. continues to soldier on here, pushing his team as far forward as he can push them. Driven in the air, back to the bowler, one bounce.
Again, this 9th wicket putting up a little resistance to the red force. As 235 for 9. I think Yannick Otley is more of an accumulator of runs. He's not this, aggressive batsman, and he's molten well for CCC.
Yeah, 356 now, the deficit on first innings. And I think the way the CCC innings has gone, him being an accumulator of runs has worked well and and has been exactly what CCC needed through their innings, because they would have been losing wickets at irregular intervals, and he has just has Yannick Otley offered that anchor through the innings.
Yes, I think since I've known him, this situation he loves this kind of way, and he bats around everyone.
Yeah, so another bowling change from the southern end. Carey Pierre will replace Terence Hines. It'll be interesting to see if Carey Pierre is bowling this over just to allow Terence Hines to switch around and bowl from the northern end. This one almost into the hands of Vikash Mohan there at forward short leg.
Last year he was Cricketer of the Year of Trinidad, over 350 odd runs and 30 wickets. If my memory serves me well, I could be subjected to be corrected. I think he's the only player in the wide ball 51 in this West Indies. He won MVP with CCC, and the very next year he won it with Trinidad and Tobago. I will ask my projector to just double check that for me, please.
So he's just having Yannick Otley just having a little discussion here with Blades. The voices are going up a little bit more now in the outfield, knowing that this is the number 11 at the wicket, at the crease, facing up. Carey Pierre, all of 24 overs, just about coming up upon 24 overs. Wicketless, but he's been as tidy as ever.
He started his game with 19 wickets.
So now the end of the Carey Pierre over. So he's now bowled to 24 overs. And 5 for 71 from his 22. Standing out like a beacon is Anderson Phillip, as is Yannick Otley's 53. CCC are now 235 for 9. 356 their deficit. And as per usual with the tactics, the field spreads for the new batter, the new over. Brian Charles to Yannick Otley. And Joshua De Silva choosing the tactics of offering that single to Yannick Otley, giving him the single to get off strike. Otley has been solid in defense, and he's turned down the single, so it shows that he's still very much switched on and abreast of the game, and he understands that he can't take the single and open up the opportunity for them to bowl at the number 11. And just as I say that, he goes with an aggressive shot.
Otley had a fair season at the National League this year. He got a century for Clark Road this year.
As we see Jason Mohammed right in front of us doing some shadow batting. Just guided a backward point, and the fielder is well about 20 yards around the corner on the boundary, so it allows them to get 2.
I I think this spear, the longer they stay, the crease, it will be beneficial to them because they have tomorrow whole day. And I really can't see them saving this follow on. If they do, it will be an excellent job they have done in this last wicket. .237 for 9, we're in the 75th over. Yannick Otley on 55 from 125.
Yeah, so here's another consideration. In 5 overs and a delivery, 5 overs to go now, the new ball will be due. And with 1 wicket to go, Anderson Phillip hasn't bowled for a while. Shannon Gabriel hasn't bowled for a while. It'll be interesting to see that tactic when the 80th over comes, if CCC are still batting, if Joshua Da Silva is going to take that new ball, and will he give a burst of that new ball to Shannon Gabriel and Anderson Phillip?
He has that option, so I think if the next 5 overs go by and they don't get a wicket, I believe he will take that new ball and with Anderson Phillip and Shannon Gabriel.
Here's Carey Peer from the southern end.
But the wicket has been very flat. Anderson Phillip is the only man who have extract some bounce from this wicket. Blaze forward defensive, he taking on the pad. Blaze look a fairly good, decent little batsman to be at a number 11.
Yeah, I think gone are the days that you think number 11 batter, and then you think of someone like Courtney Walsh, who was not really known for his batting.
Carey Peer switching to around the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, and that
goes back over the wicket now.
driven, and that's stopped at mid-on.
2:37 for 9. We're in the 76th over. 4 overs for the new ball due. We have Vikash Mohan, Jed Guli as 2 option.
Yeah, I think Vikash only bowled a handful of overs in the tournament this year. He hasn't done much bowling through the 4-day championship, Vikash Mohan. I don't think that Jed Guli has bowled at all in this tournament, nor has Jason Mohammed. So spoiled for options of bowling options is Joshua Da Silva. End of another over, 237 for 9. CCC moseying along here, just taking their time. And I guess the situation of the game, that's what they need to do, and that's all they can do at this juncture.
I think this period, the longer they occupy the crease, will be beneficial to the team.
Yeah, especially if you have to follow on. They're batting long enough to give their top order a chance to get a bit of a rest, and also have a look at what's going on so they can bat differently in their second innings.
I think the top order got a good rest.
Yeah, some of them out quite early, quite quickly.
I really thought this morning that Shamara Brooks really played a long inning. You know, he has class. Unfortunately, he got a good delivery from Anderson Phillip in the first over today. But LBW. But yesterday, when he batted yesterday, he was stroking his ball effortless yesterday. See now, Yannick Otley is waiting for something. Whether it's a pair of gloves or a drink of water. Oh, he's changing his bat. Wicket very docile here now, continues to play very easy. What's the name? Number 11 Blaze look fairly decent. And as you have noticed, Yannick Otley has not really, he's not looking to get him off strike. Because the couple balls he has batted, he looked very, very, very good.
Field spread far and wide. Now that Yannick Otley has changed his bat. Being given the single. If he so chooses.
237 for 9. Pushing this to deep cover for an easy single. Brings Blaze on strike.
Now it's expected that Joshua De Silva will call everyone in. He's called everyone in. And he's also brought in the second slip. Edge and straight to that. Was it second or first slip? Vikash Mohan at second slip. Vikash Mohan, it flew really quickly to him. It's just been pointed out to us, Dio, that Joshua De Silva just had a quiet word with Anderson Phillip from about 90 yards away. Yeah, he's asking him, are you good to go again or do you need the rest?
The speed I'm seeing Keon Otley walking out with there, I think Trinidad is going to bat.
Yeah, indeed. Keon Otley is already inside the dressing room and everybody else is still on the field. So it looks possible now that CCC has been bowled out for 238, 353 in arrears. And it is just about an hour, just under an hour. They batted for just under an hour. So we will have, once Trinidad and Tobago has made their decision in terms of enforcing the follow-on, because they can if they want, once they have made it known to the match referee, Mr. Proverbs, we will be back in about 10 minutes' time. But as it stands, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 353 on first innings. Yannick Otley standing out like a beacon with 55 and not out. And Anderson Phillip with a 5 in this innings. He's been asked by his captain if you're ready to go again. Maybe he might get 10 in the innings, in the match, I beg your pardon. But all that is left to be seen once we get that word from the match officials as to what happens next. We will rejoin you in 10 minutes' time from This is Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. So the round 6 in the CWI 4-day championship, the West Indies championships, combined campuses and colleges versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The combined campuses and colleges replying to Trinidad and Tobago's mammoth 500 plus total, only managing 238. So they trail by some 353 runs, and the decision has been made. We were bantering about it a bit and discussing it in the last hour or so of play. What would the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force do? And that decision has been made. They're not going to enforce the follow-on. They are going to have a bat again. So they now lead by 353 runs. Keon Utley, Vikash Mohan, the opening batters. Jediah Blades, the opening bowler for the combined campuses and colleges. Alongside me to open up the second innings, my opening partner, Billy Furlong. Billy David Furlong, I was told during the interval.
Billy Paul Furlong. David Furlong is at the opposite end of the ground. And he is in tandem with Joshua De Silva, made the decision to bat again. We were contemplating at one point in time if they would change the opening pair. Amir Django, having that experience, T10, T20 cricket, an aggressive batsman. We saw him hit some 10 sixes in his last innings. Definitely he would be one they would want to use up the order. Came in at 5 in the first innings. But if Trinidad and Tobago want to post a high total as quickly as possible, he will certainly be in mind.
Nice delivery from Blades, struck on the pad. Appeal from everyone except the fielder. Difficult for us to tell, vision a little bit obscured there by Vikash Mohan.
Let's just say we are fortunate not to be in the best angle, because that would have been a tough decision for the umpire to make. Not sure where he was struck. Was it on that back leg? How far outside the off stump was it? Tough decision there for the umpire. Is it Rajkumar at that end?
Yes, this is Lyndon Rajkumar. They've switched around. Have Rajkumar and Taylor. Rajkumar was at the southern end and Taylor was at the northern end during the CCC batting innings. And maybe you can hear some of the flapping in the background. The wind has picked up, and a couple of the tents around the spec facility. And there you go. Just as I've said that, our cameraman picks up the trees just on the eastern end of the ground, just beyond the old electronic scoreboard.
It's a lovely, refreshing afternoon breeze after a heavy lunch.
So I think as Utley gets off the mark at one, just tucked into the mid-wicket region, picking up 2 runs. I think, given that they've gone with the regular opening pair, it's a bit of batting time, because you mentioned it, that the consideration has to be given to the atmospheric conditions, and the fact that Anderson Phillip in particular is the bowler doing the bulk of the work, and he's been out there toiling in some mighty hot conditions. And you said it, you pointed it out, that Joshua De Silva, upon the fall of the wicket, he asked Andy, what do you want to do?
Yeah, definitely there. Again, as you said, with the opening pair being unchanged, you want to give your bowlers enough time to recuperate. Perhaps just go on to about half an hour after the tea interval at the very least. So they get about an hour and a half rest, so that if you want to declare at that point in time, depending on how much runs you have made in that hour and a half, which should just be about 20 overs or so to 25 overs. You know, you want to go into T20 mode at some point to force that declaration.
Pulled by Utley. Speaking about T20 mode, and the first boundary in the second innings here for the Trinidad. square leg down to that old electronic scoreboard.
The blade being put to the sword there from Otley. Cracked through mid-wicket.
I see what you did there. So the end of the first over in the second innings for the Red Force. 6 without loss. And just as we had in the first innings, Amari Goodrich is going to partner Jediah Blades.
Yeah, 5 wickets in the first innings for Goodrich. Came out with the bat, stroked the ball around, positive intent from him with the bat. Coming back into the second innings here, he'd want to add to that wicket tally. There is a man at backward point on the boundary, 2 slips and a gully. 3 men on the onside.
Yeah, he is now from the southern end. Mohan nicely in line and across and defends.
That is, yeah, Joshua De Silva would have to think about how much overs do you want to bat and how does that equate to how much rest I can give my bowlers before the last hour or so in that last session of play. You might be wanting to look at a declaration there with a total. You're going to have over 450 runs. So you can go into that last session and the last day of play with a very attacking feel, attacking options for you. At the same time, have your key bowlers rested.
And of course, one of those key bowlers Mohan. So this is also another consideration. We're talking about Anderson Phillip and Shannon Gabriel, the pace bowlers, but on the evidence of that last delivery, the wearing and tearing, the wearing out of this pitch, maybe Carey Pear, Brian Charles, and if he chooses to go to Vikash Mohan himself and Jason Mohammed, Jed Gooley, other spinners, maybe that's also part of the equation and the consideration.
Of course, there's Terence Hines as well with his variations, slower deliveries and so on a surface that is deteriorating a bit on the 4th day. We haven't seen much of that today except for that delivery there. Of course, we're after lunch on the 3rd day, which is where you'd start to see that signs of deterioration happening more and more, occurring more and more with the ball doing different things.
Nice forward defensive. Mohan watchful is one of those batters, Mohan, that just takes his time to get into his innings, but once he does, he usually is very fluent, very elegant.
The one thing you don't want to happen is to lose quick wickets here and then put pressure on yourself. But with 359 runs as a buffer, I don't think that's a possibility.
I don't think it's probably not going to matter much, though, because they're going to be high on confidence, the Red Force. And even, let's say they do get bowled out for a paltry score of 60. And you then have a lead of 410, 413 in fact. And your second innings doesn't matter that you get bowled out for a very low total.
Yeah, I mentioned Terence Hines as well. Amir Django can score very quickly with the bat. So can Terence Hines. Terence Hines having that his personal best of 8 sixes in an inning shared with Lendell Simmons. Just both of them second to Amir Django, who has 10 sixes in an innings as a maximum. And we've seen this facility here as high scoring facility. So definitely Django and Hines could be used as an option higher up the order. 6 for no loss after 2. Solid start from both men. See Blades. Slight delay there as they adjust the man at the deep backward square boundary. pull across the line there from Blades. Not quite as short as the delivery from the last over that went for 4. This time Otley playing and missing. Which is why Brooks want to get that man placed in exactly the right position at backward square on the boundary. There's a man sweeping on the offside as well. Blades again. Left alone. No ball this time. Ball just dropping short of the wicketkeeper as well. Blades overstepping.
Another a little bit of evidence there with the ball dying out on the wicketkeeper that it's possibly just slowing down immensely the surface.
Drying out. Those cracks might just be starting to open a little bit. It's been very hot over the last 2 days. I check on the weather app this morning, says it was 32 this morning, but feels like 37. This one outside edge, flailing away at it. There was Otley over the slip region into the boundary for 4 runs. Positive intent there from Keon Otley. Going after this one, pitch short of a length outside. Trinidad and Tobago already at 4.4 runs on over.
I think Keon Otley is in a T20 mode. Deo said T10 mode.
Well, he struck 2 boundaries thus far. Very, very positive intent. One pulled through the onside. This one trying to cut away, getting 4 off the top edge. And again, plumbing this one back, off the back foot, over the head of that mid-off fieldsman into the boundary now. 2 boundaries in the over from Blade. Writing is on the wall here for CCC. Clear intent from Keon Otley here. Very aggressive mood. Goodrich giving chase down to the boundary there. Can't describe really now the Blaze out there in the middle. Gesticulating to everyone. Doesn't know what to do. Still talking to himself there. Would need some motivation now to continue here. Bowled really well in the first innings without much success. And now put away 3 boundaries thus far. Again, short pulled in, and there's a man at mid-on coming around, coming off high on the bat there from Otley. Taking that catch there.
It's so interesting. You said a man there. There's not any ordinary man. It's his brother, Yannick Otley, who's taken the catch. But the aggression, and we've been talking about it ad nauseum since in the last session, and well, not the last session, but the ending part of the CCC batting innings. And what we see at the beginning of the Red Force innings here is that Otley has been the one being the aggressor, and it looks like the instruction is one person will go at a time to start. So somebody goes and somebody anchors, and it looks like Otley was the one that chose to go and left Mohan to just anchor. Now with Jed Gooley coming in, and
there's no question who will anchor.
and all this freedom in the world, I told you all during the interval, I think we're going to get to see a little inkling of a T20 and a T10 Jed Gooley.
Well, I tell you what, Jed Gooley's fans will be looking forward to this innings here because we've seen the hundreds he's made in the season thus far. Very circumspect. I don't want to say slow. He batted in the situation and did what the situation required, batting at number 3. Coming in with the loss of early wickets, cementing and solidifying the innings for Trinidad and Tobago with those hundreds. And this is going to be a different role he has to play here. Trinidad and Tobago with a hefty lead. Jed Gooley coming out to bat. We get to see what he's capable of doing when he wants to be aggressive. So for the first time today, we see the men at the side screen having to engage a left-hand, right-hand combination. Blades comes in, first delivery to Gooley. Short. Over the head, dying on his way to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, well watched by Gooley. And it's definitely something that has been so refreshing to see through the tournament. You mentioned the hundreds and the 50s and the scores he's made in this 4-day championship, and his maturity. He's right in the bounce. He's going to get off the mark.
Just catching him on the gloves there. Just checking his fingers. Got a blow struck there. Got the single. 15 for 1 after 3 overs. Goodrich to continue from that southern end. The end he's picked up his 5 wickets from in the first innings. Two slips. Shamar Brooks at first slip. Primus at second. It's a deep backward square. A backward point. Gooley just calling the physio, wrapped on the fingers there. That second delivery he had to face. There's some concern here with the number 3 batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. Not missing any action. The physio is on the field. Just having a look at his left hand.
You can't go wrong with that spree. The good old magic cool spree.
It seems to be the solution to every injury.
No matter the sport. Cricket, football, basketball, athletics even.
Might just be a little more serious than we anticipated earlier.
Yeah, he seems to be in a bit of pain. He's wincing every time. You can see there he's wincing every time the physio touches the different parts of the hand and the finger.
Yeah, the physio there just signaling back to the pavilion. I think he's going to be coming off there. Might be just heading off for a scan. Wrapped on the left hand. Wincing in pain, as you mentioned, when pressure was being applied to it. The physio just running through the protocols in his examination of that hand. There's no need to risk him there for this game. As it currently stands, just 1 wicket down.
Yeah, so with Jed Gooley having to retire hurt as opposed to retired out, Jason Shadow Mohammed, a Centurion from the first innings, is going to make his way out to the middle.
Yeah, this would not have been part of the plan for the skipper Joshua De Silva there to lose Gooley in such a fashion. Already losing an early wicket. Jason Mohammed, first inning centurion. 1300s coming out to bat. Not sure how long the captain intends for this innings to go from Trinidad and Tobago. Not sure he'll have enough time to add to that century number of centuries that he's scored. He has hit 22 boundaries in the first innings. Just two boundaries short of his own personal record, 24, the most hit in an innings. He would come in to face Goodridge. Just going through his warm-up drills there, getting himself ready, mentally and physically, warming up. Faced his first delivery, 2 slips a gully, backward point on the boundary, a fine leg, 3 men on the onside, down the leg side from Goodridge. Again, we see quite a number of deliveries from that south end heading down the leg side from the fast bowlers. Shamar Brooks would want his bowlers just to hold a line, bowl as many dot balls, prolong this batting innings as long as possible. He'll be playing for time. Wouldn't want to bat again today. But all depend on the scoring rate of the Trinidad and Tobago team. So one again angled down the leg side. Throw coming in short of the keeper, Richards. Doesn't take it. Has a long, hard look at his man at fine leg, Otley. Eventually apologizes to his keeper. Of course, these players all from different territories. One pitched up. Played out to mid-on. Vikash Mohan on strike. $17 for 1. Have more spectators arriving just to see Trinidad and Tobago bat in the second innings. Drawing a crowd. Obviously heard the news of Django's double 100. Heard our suggestion of T20 mode cricket. No admission fee for this game. Just come into the ground and just enjoy some old-fashioned cricket, 4-day cricket here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. Friday afternoon classes are still in session at the university. CCC being schooled here by Trinidad and Tobago. Goodrich holding that line or delivery down the leg side. Want to maintain that consistent line outside the off stump. This one wraps him on the pad. Ball and the umpire sends him jogging back in. Vikash Mohan struck on the front leg. He was forward. Umpire Taylor judging that would have crashed.
Looks dead straight. Expecting not to be out. And Redford now 17 for 2. But Blades and Goodridge are doing it again.
leg, playing all around it. Seemed to get his pad in the way of the bat. Didn't adjust for the line of the delivery. Struck low down on that left pad. Umpire Taylor having no hesitation in adjudicating that would have crashed into the stumps.
Yeah, I think the next batter should be the next Centurion from the first innings. No emergence yet. Oh yeah, it is. He is there. Amir Django in the middle. So the Centurions from the first innings.
Of course, as with every innings, you have to start back from zero. We saw Django when he came out to bat at each session. Very circumspect, playing each ball on its merit. Once he got his sighters, got the pace of the wicket. Of course, this wicket going to be a different pace than it was yesterday. He'll again have to adjust, get himself in. He has the ability to accelerate. Trinidad and Tobago's plan just being dialed back a bit. 2 wickets down. Early on, 17 runs on the board. They lead 370. We were thinking about initially in the first innings when Joshua De Silva decided to bat that much longer than we anticipated. Get those extra runs in while they were on top. That is paying dividends right now.
Yeah, so unpredictable. So many twists, so many turns, so many ups and downs. More so in the red ball format. This lovely game that we call cricket.
That's why we're here sweltering in the afternoon hot sun. Blades it is. Resumes from the north end. One just going over the shoulder of the batsman. Ducking under it. Jason Mohammed. Coming out to bat with just an injury to Jed Gooley. He was struck on the left hand to a short rising delivery from Blades. Second delivery he faced. The first one being a short ball as well. Physio came out, had a look at the hand. Went through his protocols, applied the magic spray. Magic didn't seem to work that time. And he had to go off. Retired hurt. This one cracked away through the covers. Chase on there for Otley. Touch and go, but it's going to beat him into the boundary. Cracked off the back foot from Jason Mohammed. Exquisite looking shot. Very positive, and 4 runs to him. 21 for 2.
Well, that definitely clearly answers our concerns or questions now. They are just going to play freely, and they're going to look for as many runs as possible.
Yeah, respect the good balls, put away the bad balls. Be very positive in your mindset. Chase there for Otley. Ball winning there. Short. Did he get some bat onto that as he tried to work it around the corner? One bounce through to the wicketkeeper. Seemed to have come off something off of Jason Mohammed. Not sure if it was the arm guard. Yeah, just see him just looking at that forearm on his right arm. No protection on that arm. Seemed to have just come off that arm into the ground before the wicketkeeper. Blaze has been trying out the short stuff this innings thus far. Again, he's short down the leg side. Tumbling take by wicketkeeper Richards. So some of those deliveries been called wide for height from Anderson Phillips there, but this one, height seemed okay. It's the one for the over, but was heading down the leg side. The umpire indicating to the men they haven't had much work to do today. Seems as only you Trinidad batsmen have them shuffling on about with a left-hand right-hand combination. They're very much inactive. Not necessary for them to move the side screen when the CCC were at bat. The strong winds come across the ground now. Very strong winds greeting us here on campus as they keep adjusting the side screen. All good now. Jason Mohammed is ready. Another short delivery. Well played into the onside down to fine leg by Jason Mohammed. Gets that single. Seen 4 short balls in this over thus far. Everything angled into the rib cage. Just about that area into Jason Mohammed. Did strike Jet Gooley on the fingers. Short rising delivery. Brings the left-hander back on strike. Side screen in operation again. So this contributing to some delays in the over rate, slow over rate due to this. Hasn't affected the scoring rate. So this is Amir Django facing his first delivery. He'll beat a blade. Let's see what he intends to take on.
What type of mood he's in?
Down the ground. Doesn't get past Goodridge at mid-off. End of the over. 21 for 2. CCC having some banter amongst themselves. Some words being thrown there to the batsman as well. Perhaps at Amir Django. First delivery played back along the wicket. Seemed to enrage the CCC players. Maybe he was too defensive. A lot of chirping going on there still. So the Trinidad and Tobago players, when they were in the field, very vociferous. CCC wants to reciprocate. Jason Mohammed to face up to Goodridge. Battle ensuing now. Beats the outside edge. Hands in the air again from Goodridge. Contest within a contest out there. Mini battles. Bowler and batsman. The bigger picture is Trinidad and Tobago large and in charge with a heavy lead. (22 for 2). Second ball to come in the 6th over. Pitched up, driven. All in all, Jason Mohammed has looked quite comfortable out there. Front foot and back foot. Shots. He's played them with certainty. Still 2 slips on a gully. Battle continues. This one angled down the leg side. Comes off the part. The batsman will get a single. There's nobody there. Close in at mid-wicket. The wicket-keeper chases it down. Almost colliding with Motara. Both of them eager to get to that delivery. A lot of enthusiasm out there. It's good to see. Even though the situation of the match, the CCC still very effervescent in the field. Goodrich will bowl for the first time to Amir Django. He's just faced a one delivery, which was from Blades. Just changing it up a bit. One slip, one gully instead of the two slips. He's putting a man at the leg slip area. Might be looking to be short here again. It is short and it is pulled. There's a man out there. Races are wrong. Looks like Evelyn out there. Nice strong throw. One run to the batsman. Django gets off the mark. Both bowlers seem to be looking to use that short pitch delivery, especially as the ball is new and hard. Not giving the batsman enough opportunity to get onto the front foot. Solid forward defensive shot there from Jason Mohammed. Brings the over to an end. Still some banter going on. Amir Django being the target of special attention from the CCC players. Blades in particular. Maybe trying to talk his way into a wicket. Amir Django being baited there. 24 for 2 after 6. Just about 10 minutes before tea. Pitched up, down the leg side, turned away, down to fine leg. Amir Django gets off strike. Blaze going to change the angle now, going left arm around the wicket to Jason Mohammed. Side screen in action again. Short delivery. Jason Mohammed just ducking under it. So far he's coping well. But it's clearly a short pitch bowling strategy to him at the moment. Again, another short delivery. He's pulling it around the corner. He's getting something on that. There was half shouts there, but it seemed to bounce in front of the wicket-keeper Richards. Not a short pitch delivery to Jason Mohammed. Just dying on its way to the wicket keeper. Much ado about nothing. Not a short pitch, angle down the leg side. Curious to see how many of the short deliveries has actually been over the stumps and how much when angling down the leg side. Blades changing up yet again, deciding to come left arm over the wicket to Mohammed. Is this one going to be the pitched up delivery now? Short again. Enough bat on that. There is a man down there at fine leg. 1 run to Jason Mohammed takes him to 7. Total 26 for 2. One batsman, Jet Gully, retired hurt. Change up in the field now. Primus goes out to mid-wicket. There's a mid-on mid-wicket. Square leg on the boundary. A slipper gully. Blades into Django. Gets a peel there. Coming off the high up on the back leg. Not out, says the umpire. 26 for 2 at the end of the 7th over. This may very well be the last over before the tea break. Trinidad and Tobago notching up 26 runs, adding that to their total. Now 379 runs lead. Scoring at a rate of 3.71. They just had to dial back the aggression a bit there with the loss of first Keon Otley rather. And then Jet Gully going off the field. It's been a barrage of short pitch bowling to both batsmen. Adding for a tense situation out in the middle. Goodridge now again. This one short and wide. Crack cut away down to that man at backward point. Jason Mohammed gets another single. Jason Mohammed, however, has not been fazed by the attack. It's been short pitch aggression against Jason Mohammed and verbal aggression against Amir Django. Banter coming from even the backward square man on the boundary and the fine leg. Short and pulled. A lot of work there for Evelyn to do on the mid-wicket boundary. He's going to come around. He's not going to cut it off. Django answers them with 4 runs. Crack through the mid-wicket area. Takes him on to 6 after 5 deliveries. 4 runs to him. Well executed shot, pulling that one through mid-wicket. We've seen in the first inning he favors that pull shot and executes it so well. He hit quite a few sixes over the fence into that rugby field. And again, getting the opportunity there from Goodrich, giving him the opportunity for us to see that pull shot again. 4 runs to him, well played. 31 for 2. Despite that long chase from Evelyn, he remains at backward square on the boundary. Chase was around to mid-wicket. A chase he lost. Might just be 4 balls away from the tea break. On the onside, worked again by Django. Brings that man at backward square into play. Single to Django. Enthralling stuff out there, Gerard.
Yeah, it's been really entertaining. I've been sitting looking at it, listening to you call it. It's really entertaining. Good banter between bat and ball. Some good work by our cameraman as well to pick up all the banter in the middle. Our producer just whispered though when Django hit that one just in front of square for 4. That's how you got to answer them.
Let his bat do the talking. We're grateful for Goodrich to give him the opportunity for us to see him pull out that pull shot again. Jason Mohammed has been the opposite at the other end.
I was also just looking as Goodrich supports his run here. I was looking as well too in terms of the modus operandi of the bowling, Goodrich in particular. And I remember we were talking about that earlier in the day, that they did not employ that short pitch bowling, the CCC bowlers, that much in the Red Force first innings. This one driven and comfortably past the mid-off fielder.
Short pitch bowling that kept him pegged on the back foot. This time he faces up to Goodrich. A pitched up ball from Goodrich, and he was able to get on that front foot and stroke it past mid-off for 4 all along the ground. Gorgeous shot there from Jason Mohammed, biding his time out in the middle, riding all the pressure, coming out trumps on that occasion.
I'll point out something to you about Jason Mohammed, if nothing happens here. Pulled. This time he's pulled it in front of square. It's running away. And just held up in front of the boundary rope. Going to go back for 3. Jason Mohammed in the first innings, he throttled up and down through the gears of his batting so comfortably. And it was a cover drive. Adeo can correct me. I think it was a cover drive off of Roshan Primus that got his innings started. Similar to this one, where he just... that one, in fact, he was leaning back and just put it through the covers. This one he leaned into and put it through mid-off. So even with 5 minutes or so to go before the tea interval, maybe that's the shot that gets Jason Mohammed going.
Impressive as well. He was able to come back for 3 runs, taking on the arm of young Motara, who had to run it down. Jason Mohammed, as we said earlier, no spring chicken, but able to easily complete 3 runs on the arm of Motara. It was a good throw alongside the stumps, but he was well within his crease.
Django pulls. It's just at square leg, and a good piece of work coming around from a long leg.
Nice clean hitting there from Amir Django. Some sweet sound coming off the bat there, as that may be the last over.
And that pull shot will usher in the end of the over, and the end of the over will usher in the tea break. So 40 for 2 at the tea interval, going at just 5 runs to the over. Quick scoring here in that hour or so between the end of innings to now. Yeah, exact 5. So the lead now 393. And we wait to see how long in that last session the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will bat. We don't think, Billy and I were talking about, we don't think that they're going to bat the entire session and then into tomorrow. They're probably going to put in CCC to bat sometime again this afternoon. Oh, the joys, the ups and downs, the permutation combinations, and all the thoughts that go into this wonderful game named cricket. And it is the CWI 4-day championship from the Sir Frank Warren Memorial Ground at the UE St. Augustine campus. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 40 for 2 at tea on the 3rd day, leading by 393 runs over the combined campuses and colleges.
Welcome back to the University of West Indies cricket ground here on day 3. Trinidad Tobago Red Force versus CCC. Trinidad Tobago going at tea time at 40 for 2. Jason Mohammed on 15 and Amir Jangu on 4. They lead by 393 runs with 1 session, and tomorrow whole day. The strike rate is 5.00 at the moment. As we see the players are just taking the field now. Already a huge lead already in this game. I think Trinidad is just batting CCC out of this game, having them for a little session in the outfield before calling a declaration. Probably the skipper and the team have assessed that they can bowl out CCC in a day. Lead by 393 runs. That's a massive lead going into our 4th inning. Can't recall any team getting 400 in our last inning to win a match. At this first class level.
A very interesting play before the tea interval, with both Blades and Goodrich in a contest between Jason Mohammed and Amir Jango. Both batsmen up to the challenge. A lot of short stuff. Blades is going to resume now from the north end. Down the leg side, flicked away. Motara out there doing good work, hauling that one in. Batsman come for 2 runs. 42 for 2, Amir Jango.
Brilliant piece of fielding at the fine leg boundary by Matara, running around to his left and gathering that ball. Amir Jangu flicking it off this pad.
Definitely excellent work out there in the deep from Matara. He's been called into play with a few deliveries from Blade before T heading down the leg side, and Jango working it down to him at fine leg. So he's had some work to do in that area.
Slip gully, deep cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, fine leg, mid wicket and a backward square for Amir Jangu. Yeah, Blaze missing his run. The cover point deep on the boundary for Amir Jangu and a deep backward square. Drive into mid-off. Goodrich moving to his right to pick up. Can't stop the single. That carried the score to 43 for 2.
Blaze there remonstrating with Goodrich for allowing that single. Very agitated there with his fellow opening bowler. A lot of passion in the game. Pouring their heart out into their job.
I think on the second inning, I'm seeing skipper Shamara Brooks looking to be a little more defensive now than in the first inning, making the Red Force batsmen work for their runs. Now there's a deep mid wicket and a fine leg for Jason Mohammed. A leg slip, third man, and now there's a man going on the deep mid wicket, 3/4 mid wicket boundary. Mid off, mid on, deep cover point, and a third man.
You've been calling for that position there at mid wicket. He's coming back in again.
Coming back to normal.
You're mentioning there it's a key position if you want to pitch that short ball into the rib cage, as they have been doing to Jason Mohammed. That mid wicket in place and that man on the square leg boundary for that hook shot.
Sure, Jason Mohammed get up on his toes and just turning it backward square for a single.
You also call for a man in that position for that short ball. A man in front the bat there, short leg, or even backward square in front of the bat. Just for anything that pops up.
It's difficult to try to set a batsman a hook in a ball with only one man with the wicket.
Yes, you have to cater for if he pulls too early, pulls too late, if there's a top edge, if it comes off the glove, and have to have the men there to take that catch. No point doing it and they're not there to take the catch.
Slip on a gully for Django.
Pulled away ferociously. There's a man out there at the deep square leg boundary. Amir Django showing that one of his favorite shots. He's executed it so well, pulling that one in front of square into the ground, rolling the wrist over it.
45 for 2 in the 9th over. Blades in his 5th over, 1 for 28. Jason Mohammed on 16, Amir Django on 12. Again asking the side screen to be moved. Again having the leg gully for Jason Mohammed. Loud appeal for an out. Seem probably the ball drifting down the leg side.
Not just one appeal, just about 4 appeals there. The knee roll might just be clearing the stumps there. An appeal you have to make still. You're not going to get a decision if you don't appeal.
I think it's just going down the leg side though. Blazing a good start, good spell after tea here. Yes.
Another quick single there to Goodrich. He tries to throw down the stumps at the non-striker, then misses. It makes its way all the way down to that man out there on the sweeper boundary. No overthrows, however.
46 for 2. We in the 10th over.
Goodrich been admonished that last time for allowing the single. This time he was quicker to the ball. Couldn't prevent the single, but the effort to get to it quickly was appreciated this time by Blades. Never mind, they got the run.
Amir Django on 12 from 10 and Jason Mohammed on 17 from 22 deliveries.
You don't want to give the batsman the impression that they can just push it to you and run that single every time. You have to show intent that you're willing to charge in there, pick it up and throw the stumps down. Make him think twice about getting that easy single. See one fan out there in the bleachers. Umbrella up somewhat. Not fully up. Such as the heat out there. Sun directly in his eyes this time of the day.
Goodrich from the top end after tea.
Straight drive. Glorious shot from Jason Mohammed. Just leaning on it. Stroking it back past Goodrich for 4 into the boundary. He moves on to 20.
Coming on his front foot and easing it past the bowler. Mid off and mid on wide. It was straight. Run into the boundary.
33-run partnership of 31 balls. Both batsmen scoring close to 100 strike rate. Sweet song off the middle of the bat of Jason Mohammed there, just stroking it down to mid-on. Mutara there does the fielding.
Two slipper gully, deep cover point, cover, mid off, mid on. deep mid wicket, and a fine leg for Goodrich. Shamara Brooks in first slip. Jason Mohammed just working this down to deep, passing the gully, deep cover point, picking up an easy single.
Mario Graves there just trying to cut that one off. Seems to have done himself some harm. Just limping it off now. That single by Jason Mohammed, dropping it down past him at point. Moving very gingerly now after chasing that one down. Django on strike is a mid wicket. Seems that man Graves just dropping back out now.
51 for 2, we're in the 10th over. For Amir Django, a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. Fine leg. Deep cover. 2 slip cover, mid off, mid on.
So in the first innings, short pitch balls to him from Goodrich was deposited into the rugby field. There's a man there, deep square leg.
Good delivery from Goodrich. Temping Amir Django just outside the off stump. Committed to playing the ball. Going through the wicketkeeper, Richards.
That is the area he wants to be in consistently if he looks to prize that wicket out. There is a slip there and a gully. Needs to hit that spot more often than not.
See some Goodrich doing some work with his bowling boots. Probably a spike fell off.
He's tightening up those spikes there as well. He needs to tighten up his line and length as well. Maintain that outside the off-stump line. Try to get that edge.
Trinidad goes past the 400 mark. 404 lead. Striking at 5.19. 51 for 2 in the 10th over. Amir Django is on 12 from 12. Jason Mohammed is on 22 from 25.
Current run rate 519, 5.19. 404 runs lead now. Driven through the covers there. Man sweeping on the boundary. They'll get 2 runs. There's a gap there that Django is exploiting. Easy runs for him, just pushing it out into the offside. Timing it past the man at cover. End of the over. 53 for 2.
That's the end of the 10th over. Goodrich 1 for 23 from 5. 53 for 2. A lead of 406.
5 overs each thus far from the opening bowlers. We saw them in their opening spell. The first innings bowled 6 overs on the trot. Blades now will be into his 6th over. Of course, this time being separated by the tea interval. May get him bowling more than 6 overs on the trot. Consecutive 6 overs, that is.
Trinidad Tobago in a extremely strong position here on the 3rd day, the 4th session after tea. Fine shot by Jason Mohammed, short, pulling it forward a square.
Timed so well that it bisected those 2 men out there on the boundary. Ticking over as quickly as possible. real risk being taken out there. Both batsmen looking quite comfortable.
Well, I don't think CCC could get 400 runs in the fourth inning of this match here to win this match. So just basically, when they get the turn at the second inning is to see at least they could draw this match. Can't see them going forward to winning this game.
Just Mohammed's just doing some stretches out there in the middle. Scored 157 that first innings. Very hot out there. He's back out at it again. So he's been in the field for the better part of 3 days. Out there in the middle. That one pushed pass at the middle of into the boundary now. Easy for Jason Mohammed. Going into the boundary, might have just scuffed up a bit, crashing into the fences.
61 for 2 with the left over. Jason Mohammed goes at 30 from 28 deliveries. Amir Django remain on 14 from 13 deliveries. Just going wide outside the awesome. Jason Mohammed on offering no shot. Go through the wicketkeeper Richards.
You could hear that grunt from Blades giving you that extra effort.
Blade 1 for 37. He's in the 6th over. Very humid and hot at the University of the West Indies.
Gorgeous looking cover drive there from Jason Mohammed. Getting that front leg out, full pitch delivery there from Blades, clearly tiring. That ball, sparing the CCC fieldsman the task of running it down to the boundary.
For 2 now, Jason Mohammed goes to 34 and we're in the 11th over.
This may be the end of the spell here for Jediah Blades. 1 for 41 after 6 overs. Being struck for 2 boundaries in that over. 65 for 2 from 11 overs.
TNT Red Force lead by 418 runs.
Run rate up to 5.91 now with that 2 boundaries in that over.
In the last session of the day of the 3rd day play.
Goodridge last over going for 3 boundaries. So the run rate just going up here for Trinidad and Tobago. Right on course for a declaration today. Perhaps wanting to give Joshua De Silva, give his bowlers maybe just 1 hour at the end of the day's last session to have a quick burst at the CCC top order batsman, get 2 bites of the cherry as it were. There is that bowling change. Goodrich has come off after that 3 boundaries in his last over. Roshan Primus has the ball in hand. Just had that spell of 6 overs, I believe it was, in the first innings. Didn't do much bowling at all in the second day's play. He's back here again. No option from skipper Shamar Brooks. Different day, different luck perhaps for Roshan Primus. He will bowl to Amir Django. Both batsmen took a toll on him that first day. I think his economy was something like 7.5 runs in his 6 overs, Roshan Primus. One slip for him. He is in discussion with Shamar Brooks, trying to set this field. There is a deep backward point on the boundary. Fine leg, backward square. Left hand Django on strike. There is a man short in front of the bat. Short cover fieldsman in place. Looks like Motara. Short down the leg side. Django gets some bat onto that. He's going to beat that man at fine leg. 4 runs to Django, takes him on to.
Fan it down, pass the keeper right on the right hand side of the keeper into the fine leg boundary for 4. See Cyan Hackett there, former CCC player from the first.
Short ball pulled away by Django. 1 bounce in front, McCarthy there at fine leg. Seems to catch him a bit off guard there. It came to him very quickly. Had to make a quick decision if to run in to take the catch or try to prevent the boundary. Did well to haul it in. A single to Django. Executing another pull shot. Just had a glimpse of Cyan Hackett there. A bowler for the CCC. Played in the early games.
70 for 2, TNT, Red Force. They lead by 423 runs.
Hackett took just a couple wickets in his outings for the CCC. I believe he had 1 score in the 20s or so. Being replaced. He's here with us now, the Trinidad and Tobago player. I believe a past student of the St. Mary's College. Opening bowler for them. Also opening bowler for the Trinidad and Tobago 19 and now playing for the combined campuses and colleges.
Just short one from Primus. Jason Mohammed getting up on his back foot and just turn it a short mid wicket, no runs. Slip gully, deep cover point, cover, mid up. Short mid off, backward square and a fine leg. See, fieldman now moving and going to the mid-off position.
Cut away. McCarthy is out there. Races to it quickly to prevent that second run. Good job there by him racing across.
From McCarthy and an excellent throw just right over the stump. Limiting the batsman to 1. 71 for 2. Amir Django is on 19 from 15 deliveries. Jason Mohammed is on 35 from 33 deliveries.
Both batsmen strike rate over 100. 424 run lead now. How much runs will be sufficient for Captain Joshua Da Silva? I see with the side screen here again for Django. Didn't move for the left-hander. Primus coming around the wicket to him. McCarthy just in front of us here at the commentary end. Pull shot from Django, just landing in front of him. Couldn't quite get in quickly enough. Was able to haul it back in and did well to prevent a second run as well. Strong throw for him, from him.
Red Force in an excellent position.
Pulled away over that backward square into the domes again. We've seen Amir Django do this on so many occasions. Would advise CCC, they might want to keep out of that area for Amir Django. They've been testing him with that short ball. He's been that ball will now be a souvenir for some lucky student there across in the dorms.
Red Force lead by 431 runs.
You might need to erect one of those towers with the flashing light for anything, any object that is going over a certain feet in the air. 100 feet in the air has to be flagged. Kevin, get the sign flying ball. The sign on the fence flying ball, caution.
See, the sign was erected yesterday after Amir Django batting. Turning this one backwards because Amir Django.
Evelyn and McCarthy just getting in a little bit of a tangle there. Not a short ball down the leg side. Django working it to those two men out there. Managing to get 2 runs. Signs erected here for that game of Ross Cup held back in 2019. Caution, cricket in progress, flying ball. Sign remains up 5 years and most relevant here today with Amir Django on strike.
Takes the total to 80 for 2. We're in the 12th over.
See Evelyn just that bit much finer now on the boundary. Pitched outside the off stump. Django just digs it out. Full pitch delivery.
At the end of the 12th over from Rochard Primus. Primus in his first over has already gone for 15 runs. 80 for 2 after 12 overs. Blade 6 overs for 41 runs, 1 wicket. Goodrich 5 overs, 1 for 23. And Roshan Primus 1 over 15 runs, no wicket.
Unbelievable run rate of 6.67. 2 for 80. That over very expensive from Primus. Only bowled 6 overs in the first innings.
We're going to see a bowling change from the top end. Yannick Otley. It looks like Yannick Otley coming on. Left arm orthodox.
15 runs in that over from Roshan Primus. 6 runs off a no ball as well. First wicket falling at 15 runs. Then Jed Gooley retired hurt when the score was on 16.
have no news as yet about Jet Gully. Hmm?
Did that at the field, at the ground? In from Jed Gooley of a dislocated finger with a ball he was struck with. Rising delivery from Jediah Blades on his left hand. Dislocated finger being reset here at the facility. We do have that emergency medical staff out at the venue, present at every game. One paddle around the corner from Jason Mohammed. The bowling change, Yannick Otley coming on now, replacing, as we predicted, Jediah Blade was bowled his last over.
That's take the total to 82 for 2. Takes Jason Mohammed to 37 from 34 deliveries. Amir Django on 27.
Wide delivery here from Yannick. Not quite timed, played away into the offside by Jason Mohammed. Have to now just reset with spinners on. This time again wide outside the off stump. He gets a lot more bat onto this one. Plays it out to Motara down, sweeping on the boundary, the cover boundary. Limits them to 1 run. Takes the total on to 83 for 2. 436 run lead. Strike rate, run rate over 6 runs and over. Just 30 minutes resuming after the tea break. And Trinidad and Tobago progressing on nicely.
400, the lead by 436 runs at this moment. They are 83 for 2 after 12.3.
Jamaica being set 419 runs by Guyana to win. Just starting the innings 17 without loss. Diona Rangers saying can't recall any team chasing in the second innings anything over 400 runs, which will be a task the CCC will be set here as well. Perhaps more than 400 runs. Yannick Correa just gained some bounce there as well. We saw it from Carrie Pierre. He too now gets in on the action.
Yes, and Yannick Otley just getting that one to bounce a bit.
Might just be looking to work any footmarks outside that off stump to Django.
Yannick Otley over comes to an end. He has none for 3 in his first over. 83 for 2. Roshan Prime is going to pick it up from the Sports and Physical Education Center, the southern side.
His captain Shamar Brooks would want him to have a better over this time. He'll be bowling to Jason Mohammed. Mohammed on 38 of 36 deliveries, scoring over 100 runs a ball.
$83 for 2 after 13 overs, and this is Roshan Primus from the southern end. Stopped by Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, strike rate over 100. Just ensure that the side screen is in the right position for him, facing up to Primus. I don't think he faced Primus just yet. And the operators of the side screen have to be on their toes as well.
Primus short to Jason Mohammed, and he just stood up on his back foot and pushed it to short extra cover.
Slapping the flap. Pull it on the inside and inside center. Short delivery above the head of Jason Mohammed. Not called a wide by the umpire. It was very high indeed.
Playing it, trying to uppercut it. Umpire signal 1 for the.
Through to wicketkeeper Richards. Dot ball, 2 dot balls in the over thus far from Primus. He'd want to continue getting some dot balls in.
Graves move from the gully and come into a third man position.
Definitely looking like it's being set as a wicket-taking option here. Graves down at the third man boundary. So that short delivery from Primus. Shot down the leg side this time. Badly lined. There is protection out there. It's Goodridge. Pull away by Jason Mohammed. Takes him to 39.
84 for 2. The Red Force lead by 437. Huge lead here. Seen in the dugout, the captain, the silver part, has his part on still. So he has intention of batting.
Change of personnel down here for Django at the boundary edge. Graves is here at fine leg. McCarthy shifted.
So they'll have a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square, a fine leg for him. That's in. Rochelle Primus will be coming short to him.
Short and over the head of Django. It called a wide this time, and rightly so. Well over the head of Amir Django. Out of reach of his bat as well. Particularly Brooks.
Especially
skipper.
also the bowler Roshan Primus.
They seem to be questioning. He found that it, but the bat was nowhere near that delivery, extracting a lot of bounce out of the middle of the pitch here, Roshan Primus. It's a quicker one there. Might been a little bit of vengeance there in that delivery there. Played out in front of him, Django. Run rate of 6.3 runs per over.
Red Force lead by 438 runs. It's 85 for 2. We're in the 14th over. Amir Django on 27 on 20. Jason Mohammed on 39.
Two things to look at when you're looking at a declaration here. Time as well as overs remaining in the day's play. It's 40 minutes after 3 o'clock. Approaching that 4 o'clock hour.
I believe that the TNT4 will be looking at the minimum of 100 overs at CCC. 90 tomorrow and probably 10 today.
You want to get that last hour of play definitely to bowl at the CCC. No ball called, short ball. Django pulling that one left of Graves there at fine leg. He moves on.
That brings the end of Roshan Primus over. 86 for 2 after 14 overs.
Yeah, there should be one more delivery left in the over. There was a wide and then the no ball. Only 7 deliveries bowled. So it should be one more delivery left in the over. But the umpires do change ends. All seems okay. 86 for 2 after 14.
Yannick Utley's second over from the northern end. So Jason was hitting a short extra cover, no run. Scoring 86 for 2. We're in the 15th over. Yannick Utley from the northern end. Jason Mohammed on his back foot, hitting it hard through the cover. Deep cover comes around, picks up Kamil Puran. Gets an easy single. Short outside the off stump. He just laid back on his back foot and hit it hard through the covers. Deep cover picked it up. Amir Django working this ball long on. Pick up an easy single. See the TNT Red Force batsman now just walking around the ball on the field and picking up easy singles. Again waiting for the side screen to move to the for the right hand batsman. Jason Mohammed coming on the front foot and just opening the face of the bat to cover ball, racing to cover point. Kamil Puran picking up. No runs. That brings the end to the 14th over. That's the second over for Yannick Utley on the northern end. The total remains at 90 for 2. Amir Django on 31 from 24. Jason Mohammed on 39 from 39. Strike rate of 6.14. 68 run partnership. Strike rate of 6.14. They lead by 443 runs in the second inning.
Both batsmen showing a good mix of attack and defense, playing each ball on its merit. Not quite T20 mode, but proper cricket being played out there in the middle from the seasoned veteran Jason Mohammed. Amir Django being given the option of playing his favorite pull shot in these two innings, his first innings and this innings. Primus to continue to him. He did bowl quite a number of short pitch balls to him in the previous over.
Primus remaining around the wicket to Django. Backward square and a deep mid wicket. Fine leg. One slip, short extra cover, deep cover point. Mid off, mid on.
pitched up off the inside edge. Ball like it was outside the off stump. Django tried to drive. Bottom hand just taking over a bit. Got off the inside edge. Down to fine leg. Goes through for a single. Just rehearsing the shot there a bit. Just losing a little bit of shape. .13 runs and over. No need to be too extravagant now in the stroke play. Trinidad and Tobago well ahead in this game.
Yes. Well ahead of this game now. In the driver's seat of this game. CCC will have a hard task to draw this match. 3 sessions tomorrow. Probably our batting today. It's a lot of batting. Score remain on 93 for 2 and be on the 16th over. Rochelle Primus from the Sports and Physical Education Center, the southern side of the ground. Jason Mohammed is on strike. .446 runs lead. Again, Jason Mohammed just coming on his front foot and just pushing it on mid-off. No run. Primus in this over, better line and length to the batsman.
It's an update of the other games going on in the region. West Indies Academy, 86 for 4 into the 25th over, chasing 279 runs for victory. Guyana declaring on their second innings at 147 for 4 in 35 overs. Jamaica Scorpions batting 23 without loss. Jamaica requiring a further 396 runs to win.
That's the end of Primus over. They stood up from the southern end. 93 for 2. Jason Mohammed is on 40 from 49 deliveries. And Amir Django on 33 from 27 deliveries.
The Leeward Islands following on at 20 without loss. Barbados Pride posting 542 runs.
Yannick Otti to pick it up from the northern end. This is his third over, none for 5.
Barbados 542 with Ruston Chase getting 127 off of 87 deliveries. Coming on after Craig Braffitt's 189 runs, as well as McCaskey with 101. Ruston Chase adding impetus to the Barbados innings, getting them up to 542 for 9 declared.
They see Amir Jangu just turning his ball mid-wicket. Kamil Puran running wrong and picking up and just limit him to 1 run. It goes to 94 for 2 after 16.2.
Michael Lewis there at the top of the order. He's there, 10 not out. Powell as well there with him, 10 on 10 as well. Lewis having 200s already for the season, with a couple of 50s thrown in there for good measure. Would have been disappointed with the first inning from the Leeward Islands, but he's there to fight it out for the second innings, trying to make Barbados bat again.
Jason Mohammed on the hitting it hard through the cover of his back foot here. Deep cover. Matara picking it up, limiting the batsman to a single. 94 for 2.
Lewis getting another 50 in that first innings for Leeward Islands. 52 of 190 deliveries. He was 25 runs off 100 deliveries overnight. So he was in it for the long haul. Batted a very long time for his 52 runs. Carty as well with 127 runs off of 232 balls. Andrews notching up 53 as well for them.
And that's the water break. And, I believe Trinidad and Tobago has a declaration. Yeah, that seems that Trinidad and Tobago has called a declaration on 95 for 2 in the 17 overs. CCC will need 449 runs to win. They lead by 448. Jason Mohammed remaining on 41 not out. Amir Jangu on 34 not out. 95 for 2 after 17 over. Trinidad and Tobago has called a declaration.
Yeah, we were just anticipating a declaration might come around that 4 o'clock mark. Joshua De Silva has declared 95 for 2. 449 runs to win for the combined campuses and college. Realistically, a day and just about an hour or more left in today's play. They will have to see off the day's play.
Approximately looking at about 102 overs to bowl. 90 tomorrow, and they could get about 12 overs today, minimum.
So 2 teams in the region been given the task of trying to score 400 runs in their second innings, or rather trying to get the match to a draw.
I think CCC has a hard task here. 1 hour session today, and then they'll have a whole 90 overs tomorrow, 3 sessions to see if they could get a draw. Can't see them reaching 449 runs for victory in this game. It's not impossible, but I think it's a bit difficult.
So Trinidad and Tobago just batting over that hour mark, giving their bowlers enough time with the break for the tea session, and just about 1 hour after tea for recuperation for the fast bowlers, Anderson Phillips in particular. A mammoth task here for the CC College. We'll take a break here and play will resume shortly.
As we resume at the University of the West Indies here on the third day, on the last session of the play, TNT Red Force setting CCC 449 runs to win, with 90 overs tomorrow and approximately 12-13 overs today. Could be 103, 104 overs. They required 449 runs. I believe more than likely CCC will have to play for time, or either over 4 runs and over to get this required total.
Yeah, they may just have to just curb any enthusiasm they have out there and try to see off these overs in the day's play. Just over about an hour or so, they will have to bat out there. Kamil Puran and Evelyn there out in the middle. All our questions were answered concerning early this morning in terms of declaration times and how much runs to be set and so on. The decision coming down just 5 minutes to 4 o'clock. Joshua De Silva declaring the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Mama task of 449 runs and giving his team ample enough time to do it, giving also his bowlers enough time just to have that bit of recovery to come back and give that burst in an hour or so play in this last session here. Anderson Phillips, of course, being the key element in that plan. He has the ball and will bowl to Evelyn now from the southern end.
Evelyn and Kamil Puran opening the batting for the CCC. First ball from Anderson Phillips, just on target. Evelyn just coming on the front and turning it a short mid wicket. We see Cephas Cooper is on the field for BDC is on the field for Jed Gully. Also, we see Cephas Cooper on the field at cover. BDC is at cover point. Anderson bowling with 2 slip on a gully. Cover point. Cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a fine leg.
Just a couple players off the field for Trinidad and Tobago. Jed Gully with an injury. Jason Mohammed not out there. Well, yeah, there he is, that fine leg. But the most important men out in the middle there is Anderson Phillip, as well as Shannon Gabriel limbering up at mid-on. He will be key in this second innings for Trinidad and Tobago. He's been on and off the field, but he's present now.
Vikash Mohan in full slip. Brian Charles second. Keon Otley in the gully. Navin Bidesi at cover point. Cephas Cooper at cover. Karipi at mid-off. Shannon Gabriel at mid-on. Amir Jangu at mid-wicket and Jason Mohammed at fine leg. There's Anderson Phillip short outside the off stump. Evelyn just shoulder in his arms and letting it go through.
Just getting word. 32 overs, including this one, left in the day's play. We're obviously not going to get that. There's been many delays, side screen, injuries, and of course the change of innings. And anticipate at this time to try to push for 15 overs, maybe.
Terence Hines off the field and Jed Gully. The start of Trinidad, start of this inning, Trinidad on the field. Again, shot outside the off stump. No shot from Evelyn. Both of them who off the field got struck on their arm from Goodrich and Blades while batting. Jed Gully got struck on his index finger in the second inning, while Terence Hines got struck on his hand in the first inning. Don't know how serious it is, but they haven't taken the field for the second inning. Evelyn and Puran starting the inning for the CCC. Kane outside the awesome, keeping low. Josh De Silva not guarding it. Very difficult for him to take.
That one dying through on the way to Joshua De Silva there. Getting his body behind it, doing the right thing. One of the factors to consider with the declaration, we said Joshua De Silva looking to Phillips to see to help him make that decision, requiring information, and now Terence Hines off the field, another key element in the Trinidad and Tobago attack.
Gain wide outside the off stump. Don't be surprised if Carey Pierce starts from the top end. And it is Carey Pierce who's going to start from the top end.
From that end, we saw Yannick Otley and Carey Pierce in the first innings getting some bounce off the pitch, some turn as well. Want to exploit any bowler's foot marks there now at the end of the third day.
So with Shannon Gabriel off the field, we are seeing that Carey Pierce will be taken up from the northern end. Slip forward, short leg, cover point, short cover, deep cover. They come stroking this one to middle of Jason Mohammed, gets off the mark with his first delivery. Evelyn will take strike, forward short leg for him to slip, cover point, cover, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket and a deep backward square. Carey Pierce just bringing this one into Evelyn. He's on the back foot and stroking it back down the wicket. Evelyn on the front foot, stroking it of short cover. Amir Jangu picks up. No runs. Score remain on 1 for 1. Kamil Puran is on 1. They've been playing forward and missing this delivery from Carey Pierce. Just running straight through to him. On the back foot and just turning it at the forward short leg, just runs around and picks up. So he has a cover point, short cover, deep cover, and a mid off and a mid on, mid wicket, a deep backward square for Evelyn. Comes on the back foot and punches it to mid off, no run. That's the end of Carey Pierce. First over, 1 run. CCC 1 without loss after 2 overs. So we see Anderson Phillip picking it up from the south end, the Sports and Physical Education Center. Kamil Puran just standing up and playing it very defensive. Short mid wicket, Amir Jangu picking it up. He has 2 slipper gully, cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, and a fine leg. Vikash Mohan first slip, Brian Charles second slip, Kian Otley in the gully, Navin Bidesi at cover point, Sifas Kufa at cover, Carey Pierce at mid off, and Terence Hines at mid on. Amri Jangu mid wicket. See Puran coming out front, just stroking the point, cover point, no runs. And he has a fine leg with Jason Mohammed. One without loss, and in the third over, Kamel Puran on one. Evelyn yet to get off the mark.
A change in personnel in the slip area where goalie is off the field, recovering from that dislocated finger. Vikash Mohan takes his place at first slip. He was a third slip in the last innings, had a sharp chance at third slip. Brian Charles is there at second slip, where he's been all game.
Kamel Puran driving outside the off stump, not getting up a bit, taken by Joshua De Silva.
Not quite getting that left foot in line with the pitch of that delivery. Going past the outside edge. His body there a bit. Anderson Phillip does get that ball to swing away ever so much. Enough to beat the bat.
Anderson Phillip from the Sport and Physical Education Center end, the southern side of this the ground.
Struck on the shoulder. Balloons up to Joshua De Silva. Shouts of catch it, catch it. There's a half.
Taking it on his left shoulder there, balloon in there. De Silva taking it. Loud appeal, umpire says not out.
Very impressive from Anderson Phillips. Toiled hard in that first inning. Here late in the day on the third day, still generating a lot of pace and bounce off this wicket.
He's turning this ball to mid on. Hines picks up, no run. So the batsman meets Evelyn walking down to have a word with Kamel Puran. Do some gardening and also. One without loss in the third over. Puran on one. Evelyn yet to get off his mark.
This one uppercut past that man Bidesi at point. In both feet off the ground there. Well in control of it. Give it the right direction past that man Bidesi.
449 Trinidad Tobago Red Force setting CCC for victory today. 1 hour this evening and a whole day's play tomorrow. Can CCC hold out to this game for a draw, or can TNT Red Force to dismiss them?
Carry Pierre to continue. Evelyn crouched in his stance.
Stroking this one to mid-off. Jason Mohammed moving to his left, picked up. Can't prevent the single. Richard gets off the mark after 11 deliveries. Kamel Puran is on 5 from 7 deliveries. Carries a total of 6 without loss after 3.1 overs. Pietro Puran forward defensive. Short cover picking it up in Amir Django. Just walking and picking it up. Slip, cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square, forward short leg. Again Puran playing it straight to Amir Django at short cover. Again a replace. Forward defensive to Amir Jangu. Total 6 without loss. We're in the 4th over. Kamil Puran driving it back to Caripia, who feeds off his own bowling. Again on his back foot, just hitting it back. Caripia moving to his left and picking it up with his left hand. Total remains 6 without loss after 4 overs. Kamil Puran is on 5. Evelyn is on 1. Still a humid day at the University of the West Indies ground here. Sun very hot here still. Anderson Phillip to pick it up from the Sport and Physical Education Centre end from the southern end of the ground.
Anderson Phillips having 22 overs in that first innings. Put in a lot of work. Back out here again today. 5 wickets for 71 runs.
That's going to run into the third man boundary for 4. Short outside the off stump. Evelyn just getting up on his... Cardio total 10 for 1 and we're in the 5th over. Both batsmen is on 5.
Shannon Gabriel just 8 overs in the first innings. He's not on the field. Terence Hines being the other option for Joshua De Silva.
Again outside the off stump, making a little height. Richards on his back foot trying to punch it through the covers. Miss. No contact. Goes to the Silva. Score remain on 10 without loss. We're in the 5th over.
Another quick delivery there from Anderson Phillip. It's 3rd over now.
2 slipper, Gullia, cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and a fine leg for Richards. Evelyn, sorry.
This is one of the issues. Even when you have to force a follow on and your main strike bowler has to put in a lot of overs.
And yes, lovely shot from Evelyn here. Just getting up on his the toes and hitting it through the cover.
Phillip into his 3rd over might just be tiring that bit. 22 overs in that first innings.
Fisher short ball here. Have Evelyn on his bending back on his knees to the ground. Quick delivery. $14 without loss after 4.4.
BDC back out into that deep point boundary for that short pitch delivery in case he tries that uppercut shot. 2 slips on a gully as well.
Leaving this one outside the off stump. Again with some good pace from Anderson Phillip. On the 3rd day, on the last session of the 3rd day, walking up some serious pace here.
Stephen Smith looked like leaving alone there from Evelyn Smith.
14 without loss. Evelyn is on 9. Kamil Puran is on 5.
Exaggerated leave alone there from him. Reminiscent of Stephen Smith and Marcus Labouche.
So the cover point has gone to normal, has gone to deep cover point. 2 slip on a gully. Having him playing forward and missing it, and even missing the wicket keeper. Josh gets run to into the boundary for 4 byes.
That one keeping low there. Josh not being able to take it cleanly. Getting struck on the finger there. Just signaling to the physio to come and have a check. Might have done some damage to his right hand there. For 1 wicket on a 3rd day. Not every delivery coming through consistently. That one keeping a bit low. Particularly wide outside the off stump.
18 without loss after 5. Evelyn is on 9. Puran on 5. Anderson Phillip 3 overs, none for 12. And Caripia will pick it up from the northern end.
Just sending the physio back there. Seems he will fight it out. Wicket keepers are no strangers to finger injuries. They are one who rally through, playing with injuries all the time.
So forward short leg, a slip, cover point, deep cover, short cover point, short cover, mid off, mid on, and a deep backward square. His first delivery into Puran, he's forward, just stroking it back. Caripia runs around to his right and pick up, no runs. (18) without loss, we're in the 6th over. Forward comes Kamil Puran. Short cover picking it up by Amir Django. Cephas Cooper at cover point. Kian Otley at cover. Jason Morman who's at long off. Coming into short, long off now in the 30-yard circle. Hines long on. And as he moves, Jason Morman and brings him short.
Did get called in. He was about 3/4 way to the boundary. He was called in by Joshua De Silva. Came up there closer to the traditional mid-off position, just in the air to the left of him. Can't exactly see from our vantage point just how close that was to him.
Forward goes Puran. Again he goes to Amir Django at short cover.
We've seen some sign of aggression from Puran in this innings. One uppercut for 4. That time going aerially to Caripia.
Again he's coming forward and just stroking it, pushing it back to the bowler. Caripia himself fields. 27 without loss. We're in the 6th over. Both batsmen on 9.
40 runs in the first innings. Didn't see too much aggression or risky shots from him. Walked into the onside. Anderson Phillips will give chase. 2 runs to him now.
That completes the 6th over of the day, the evening. It's 22 without loss. Anderson Phillips 3 overs, no maiden. 12 runs, no wicket. Caripia 3 overs, no maiden. 8 runs, no wicket.
Seems as Anderson Phillips will continue.
CCC will looking to play out this evening and go in tonight with no wicket down. We'll give them a better opportunity to come tomorrow morning and start in with all 10 wickets intact. Wide outside the off stump, no shot from Richards, taken by De Silva. Total remain on 24 without loss after we're in the 7th over. Again, 2 slip on a gully, deep cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a fine leg.
Seems the wider Anderson Phillips is to the batsman, the wider he is outside the off stump. Joshua De Silva taking those deliveries low down.
Again, wider outside the off stump, no shot from Evelyn. Again, keeping low. Joshua taking it down to his ankles.
Where he's got his wickets was when he was just closer to that off-stun line, not giving the batsman room, just short of a length, and the batsman playing cramped and getting that outside edge. Either that or wrecking the stumps totally with one that cuts into the batsman.
Yes, that's...
He's been wide this over thus far. Might yet see one to come back closer to the stump.
Just pushing it to mid-on, turn signs, the batsman take a quick single. End up being very comfortable. Again, not getting up too much. Richard's on his back foot and just chugging it to mid-on.
This time pitching that one in line with the stumps. Being able to work it across the mid-on and get that single. Just want to be on or about that off stump.
Bring Kamil Puran in strike. Again, short and a quick one. Kamil Puran just swaying off the way. Taken by Josh. Very high up. Taking it on his right shoulder.
That one was just that bit high enough that Kamil Puran could just watch it go by, just leaning out of the way. You seen him being struck earlier on the shoulder with one that jagged back to him. Body line attack. That one was just a little bit too high.
Umpire signal 1 for the over. Anderson Philip working up some pace this evening in the last session of the day's play on the third day. Puran just playing it to mid-on. Terence Hines comes in, no runs. Score remain on 25 without loss. We're in the 7th over of the evening. Last over of the day's play.
One delivery to come. The last 3 deliveries closer on the wicket. The first 2 wide outside the off stump. Last one to finish off here. Nice change up from Anderson Phillip. To get that one on that off stump line, cramping the batsman. Just short of a length. Bring those slips into play.
Puran leaving it outside the off stump. That brings it to the end of the 7th over. 25 without loss. Anderson Phillip 4 overs, no wicket, 13 runs. Kamil Puran is on 11 from 21. Evelyn is on 10 from 21. Carripier to pick it up from the north end and again. His 4th over.
Hines just having a word there with Anderson Phillip. Maybe discussing just some fielding positions. On the one side, it seems to be he was indicating. Hines still limbering up. The only other medium pace option for De Silva with Shannon Gabriel off the field.
Richard working this one to mid-on. Hines running around to his right, picking up. Easy single. Carripier still with his deep mid-wicket on the boundary.
Just Shamar Brooks pull out that sweep shot to that man out there. Carripier has been outside the off stump, hasn't really gone down the leg side. This one is worked down the leg side. That man from the backward square racing in. Navin Bidesi prevents the second. Definitely Hines limbering up. after that chat with Anderson Phillip.
Quicker delivery from Carripier. Rich Evelyn leaving it outside the off stump. 27 without loss. We're in the 8th over of the evening. Loud appeal, batting probably first.
The bottom part close together there, and that one a half shot by the fieldsman, Carripier as well.
Evelyn coming forward, bat and pat together. Running out a short cover. Amir Django picks up. And yeah, cutting it forward a point for 4. Short outside the off and just laid back and hit it exactly where he wanted.
Race to the boundary. 4 runs to him. Should take him up to 15. End of the over.
$27 without loss after the 8th over. 31 without loss after the 8th over. Evelyn goes to 15 from 26. Kamelpur run 12 from 22.
Here is that change. Terence Hines into the attack. Saw some bandage under his right elbow. Did dive into the crease when he was batting. Scuffed up that elbow a bit. He will replace Anderson Phillip. 31 without loss.
So
2
bowling
slips a
change.
gully for him as well.
Bowling change here. We see Hines picking it up from the Sports and Physical Education Center. And that's a lovely cover drive from Kamelpuran. Just easing on his front foot and hitting through the cover. Immediately there's a field adjustment. Amir Django from mid wicket comes to short extra cover. Has a deep.
Acres of space on the onside there. Can't find the gap this time. Strokes it down to Carripier. At mid-off comes around.
Kane Otley in the gully. Brian Charles second slip. Vikash Mohan at first slip. Navin Bidisi in the deep cover point boundary. Sifa Scoop at cover. Amir Django at short cover. Carripier at mid-off. Jason Mohammed on the backward square boundary and Anderson Phillip on mid-on. That's a beautiful shot. Carripier will cut it off. Just coming forward and hitting it back past the bowler. Straight drive. Carripier giving chase and picking it up the batsman. Easing it back past Terence Hines.
Expensive start here from Hines. Boundary of his first ball.
Driven straight to cover. See if a scooper feeling. No runs.
He's still keeping that ball up to the bat despite those drives from Puran. Want to keep that ball up there. Bring those slip into place. There's protection on the offside.
Leaving this one outside the awesome. That brings to the end of Terence High's first over. That's the end of the 9th over. It's 37 without loss. Kamel Puran on 18. Evelyn on 15. Yet to bat is Roshan Primus, Shamara Brooks, Richards, Romario Graves, Blades, Hendry, Motara, Keon Otley, and Goodridge.
Yeah, those batsmen will have their work cut out for them if they're trying to save this game. The opening pair here doing well thus far. 37 runs on the board. Not that the runs are that much significant in the game. They're trying to save this game here. Chasing close to 472 runs for victory. 412 runs required. Again.
Caripia in and Richard just comes on the front foot and plays it. The keeper Josh De Silva just walks around and picks it up. No run. Caripia wicketless in the first inning. Kane that extra bounce there, coming off his gloves. Brian Charles can't get to it and the batsman get 2 runs. Hitting his glove and just dropping to the left of Brian Charles, so his left foot. But there was some extra bounce in that delivery.
Good delivery there from Carey Peer. Getting in between bat and pad. Striking Evelyn high up on the front pad. Probably adjudged to be going over or missing the off stump.
Driving to mid-on. Terence Hines fields, no run. 39, total remain on 39 without loss. We're in the 10th over. Evelyn is on 17 from Tete. Kamil Puran on 18 from 28. So good piece of fielding at the cover point. See first Cooper. Running around to his right hand, diving and stopping it one hand. Yeah, Richard turning it backward square for easy single. The 4 short leg Vikash Mohan running around picking up 1 run. 39 without loss at the end of the 10th over. Caribbean done for 17 after 5. Terence Hines 1 over for 6 runs. Evelyn moves on to 18 from 32 and Kamil Puran 18 from 28.
Eventful over there from Carey Peer. One getting past Joshua with some extra bounce from Carey Peer. Other delivery, getting in between bat and pad, striking and a loud appeal against Evelyn. Then Evelyn cutting one away viciously. But Cephas Cooper getting around, diving away, clutching it one with his right hand and getting that throw in very quickly, preventing a single.
40 without loss after 10 overs. Terence Hines to pick it up from the Sports and Physical Education Center in the southern end of the ground. Richard Evelyn looks more easy, very comfortable today. in the second inning. Hines into his forward, pushing it back to the bowler. Two slip on a gully, a deep cover point, cover, mid off, mid on. The mid wicket is coming, moving now. He's coming to short cover. And the fine leg is going around to backward square, Jason Mohammed. So Amir Django was leave mid wicket and come to short extra cover. I've been leaving this one wide outside the off stump, collected by Joshua De Silva. No runs.
Returning to that 7-2 field Hines had in the previous over.
Two slip on a gully. Keon Otley in the gully. Brian Charles second slip. Vikash Mohan in the first slip. Navin Bidisi at the deep cover point. Cover. See first Cooper. Short cover. Amir Django. Mid off. Caripia. Just coming in front foot. One bounce to the second slip. Brian Charles stopping it. Total remain on 40 without loss. We're in the 11th over. The shadows starting to get over the ground. Probably we could get about 3 more overs in.
Evelyn just losing a bit of concentration there, going after that wide delivery from Terrence Hines. Just steps away, gathers his thoughts, refocuses back into that crouch stance of his.
Driving this one to mid off. Caribbean Fields no run. Total remain on 40 without loss. We are in the 11th over.
This is that phase of the game where batsmen have to maintain their concentration. Not a lot happening out there. Medium pace are on. Just holding a nice tidy line and length. You don't want to give your wicket away here. You want to maintain that concentration and play each ball on its merit.
Driving this one to point. Navin Bidisi comes off the boundary. 1 to Richards. That brings in to Terrence Hines, second over of the match. The inning, second inning. Done for 7. It's 41 without loss. Evelyn is on 16, 19, and Kamil Puran on 18.
Caripia yet to pick up a wicket. About 25 overs in the first innings. 9 maidens in that 25 overs. Conceded just 56 runs. He'll want to get a wicket here in this second innings for sure. About 5 overs thus far.
Caripia picking up from the northern end. Richards forward. Just killing the ball right here. Joshua De Silva walks wrongs and pick it up. Coming on the back foot and hitting hard to the cover.
Just pulling away with that shot, trying to get
Keon
some
Otley
extra
picking
power.
it up.
Can't beat the man there at cover. Again, trying to play off the back foot, pulling away a bit. Ball coming over the inner portion of the bat. The ball wasn't quite there for that shot this time. a little bit closer to him, a little bit fuller, putting him in a little bit of difficulty. And a third time he does pierce that gap. Jason Mohammed out there doing the chase. Go close to the boundary. 2 runs to Evelyn this time. Third time's a charm. Managing to get it through the gap.
This guy is coming on his back foot and just hitting it powerfully between cover and mid-off. Jason Mohammed running around to the boundary and picking it up. They got 2 runs. 43 without loss. We're in the 12th over of the game. Evelyn coming on his front foot, playing it to short cover. Flicking this one past the forward short leg. The deep backward scare, Navin BAC comes into play. And that's drinks. At the drink break, the score is 44 without loss after 12 overs. Evelyn is on 22 from 44, and Kamil Puran on 18. As the Blue Waters drinks, and as they have their drink, we will have a drink too.
So as we return from the Blue Waters drinks interval on the third afternoon, the final session on the third day of this round 6 encounter between the combined campuses and colleges and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Just to remind you where the game stands, the Red Force were invited to bat on the first day by CCC, who won the toss, and they amassed a big, huge, mammoth 591 for 7 declared. A double century from Amir Django, century from Jason Mohammed. Really the backbone of that innings. Combined campuses and colleges only managed 238 in their first innings. The only standout in that innings, Yannick Otley with a half century. Terrence Hines to continue after the drinks interval, and conceding on the first innings the CCC, huge deficit, 350 plus. The Red Force went back into bat and they scored 95 for 2 in just about 17 overs, just after the tea interval. And then the declaration came. And when that declaration came, it set a target for CCC of 400 plus, 449 in fact. So there's still 405 runs adrift, CCC, and as we come up on the 5 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, 5 p.m., Billy Furlong rejoins me for this last half an hour of play. We were told that we should get in about 32 overs again. I think those are the 32 overs that we may have lost during the course of the first couple of days because of time. I don't think either of the first 2 days went the full 90 overs. So I think it's that's the maths, trying to get back some of those overs. That's how the playing conditions work. And just to bring you up to date as Billy rejoins me, the other games, Barbados Pride 542 for 9 declared. Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowled out for 288, and they are following on at 83 without loss. Guyana Harpy Eagles 424 bowled out Jamaica Scorpions for 153. So they also, Guyana Harpy Eagles, had a huge lead in that one. They went back in, they batted just as Trinidad and Tobago did. They scored 147 for 4 in 35 and a half overs. And Jamaica Scorpions are 46 for 1, chasing, similar to CCC, chasing a huge victory target, Jamaica Scorpions. And then, of course, the Academy game is the only game outstanding. They were 99 for 5 midway through this last session. And their target, the Academy, was 279. So steady start here from CCC, 48 without loss, 12 and a half overs gone. Still an entire day to play.
Just a 4-run difference on first innings in that game there. There's no way we're going to get that 32 overs in. We're just into the 13th over of this innings.
Well,
that famous expression, time waits on no man.
Well, in fact, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have won by 158 runs. Just as I was pulling it up, I just called the last score that I saw midway through the session. The Academy was bowled out in their second innings for 121.
So the only low-scoring game for the rounds thus far.
Yeah, the only game completed in 3 days as well. So the end of the Terrence Hines over, the first over after the drinks interval. 49 without loss to combined campuses and colleges.
Just after 5 o'clock, 13 overs gone. Light providing, we may get in another 3 or 4 overs, particularly if the spinners continue. Brian Charles as an option. Carrie Pierre will continue here. Those delays provided a significant number of delays in this game, with both side screens having to be manually moved each time, as well as a change of innings and a couple of injuries as well. So The time waits on no man. There's no way to recover those overs as such.
I tell you, Carrie Pierre will help the situation along, though, because he usually gets through his overs
We
quite
clocked him
quick.
at 2 minutes to deliver one over, including an over that went for 3 runs, chasing one down by Jason Mobbit to the boundary. That was still within the 2-minute time frame.
That's a long over. I think there's a story that Ravi Rampal was one of the most unpleasant gentlemen when he was playing for the West Indies, because he was the opening bowler for the West Indies, and at the other end was Samuel Badri, and Samuel Badri used to bowl his over in less than a minute.
Well,
Ravi never got a chance to rest.
We did have that issue here yesterday with Carrie Pierre going so quickly through his overs that Anderson Phillip at the next end barely had time to recuperate.
Half of an appeal here. Carrie Pierre almost sneaking through. Yeah, so again, that's how the bowling partnerships work sometimes.
By the time Anderson Phillip got to his fielding position at mid-wicket, it was time for him to resume bowling at the other end.
Yeah, the 50-run partnership is up between Evelyn and Puran. And Puran has looked really comfortable, 40 from just 54 deliveries. Evelyn has looked steady on his 18.
Yeah, we've seen Puran try to be more aggressive. He did hit that uppercut shot. One shot past Jason Mohammed at mid-off was a bit aerial. So he's been looking to try and score in a more aggressive fashion. But if we'd had the drinks break, he'll have to settle again. He's on 18 now. Shamar Brooks would be happy though. 50-run opening partnership. Loss of no wicket there. Want to continue on with that. That would set the example for the rest of the innings if they are to save this game. Healthy 3.61 run rate.
That one keeping low. Yeah, at one point they were scoring at 4 runs to the over. And at the end of the over here, 50 without loss. Given that you should have 90 overs in the day, add the 32 that should happen this afternoon, on average 120 overs. If they can keep 4 runs and over, you never know. But of course, all things that seem impossible are usually impossible until it's done. Who would have thought years ago that the West Indies would have chased down the 418 on the back of a Ramnari Sarwan, a Shiv Chandapal and a Brian Lara innings? It's always impossible until it's done. And I think for CCC, they have no choice but to believe that they can get these runs.
Well, we've seen them score over 300 runs in the second innings before, this season as well. So one would not want to count them out too early.
This is a funny old game. It's so unpredictable.
Sometimes people tell you you can't do something while you are busy doing it. And that may be the intention of these two batsmen out there. They've been very positive. There's no Shannon Gabriel in the attack. Anderson Hines, Anderson Phillip. He's bowling 4 overs in his opening spell. Bowling 22 in the first innings.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Heavy workload.
Yeah, it's understandable. He hasn't bowled much in the second innings yet. Much of those 20 plus overs he bowled in the first innings.
Seeper Scooper again there with another diving stop, saving the single. He pulled one stop off at point.
Around the ground.
Driven straight back. Glorious looking shot there from Evelyn. He poses with that one straight back. No chance of holding that one in there from Carrie Pierre.
Most of the shots they've played coming off the front foot, mainly due to the bowlers going fuller in length rather than shorter. He's played a couple of nice looking cover drives as well as Puran and a couple of straight drives.
The only short balls really were from Anderson Phillip, and when it was short to them, they were more ducking than trying to be aggressive. Short ball this time from Hines, walked into the onside. Looking for two. Good quick running there. The throw is into the non-striker's end. Doesn't hit the stumps. Backup was there, but the fielder did put pressure on that batsman who called for 2 runs.
Yeah, and Terrence Hines is not amused by a long shot.
Neither is Carey Pear there, who collected that throw,
Yeah,
coming in from Jason Mohammed.
they are both standing, staring at him. You got to cut the old guy some slack.
He got there, he was aggressive, charged at the ball, threw down at the non-striker end.
I think it's more a case of Evelyn and Puran running aggressively. Puran is quick between the wickets, as is Evelyn. So not necessarily bad fielding. Good from Keon Otley behind point.
And it's just that energy in the field there that dissuade them from trying to get that quick single. The backup was there. If he had taken off, the run might have been on. But Otley just chasing that down, pulling it in. Evelyn deciding to wait, not sensibly, not wanting to take the chance of a run out. Particularly in that backward point area where you're not quite sure whose call it is. Again, driven straight back down the ground. Glorious shot. It's not going to make it to the boundary. They are going to hustle for that second run. It is Anderson Phillips. Tosses it back in, and good cricket all around there.
And I think Kamil Puran, who was at the non-strikers end, I think he was the one that initiated that second run because he was backing up well and set off. He touched down and ran.
Well, he also knew he had to go back to the danger end if he was coming back for that second and taking on the arm of Anderson Phillip.
And he was comfortable. He was quite comfortable getting into his crease. And again, the evidence of a long day, because it has been a long day for the Red Force. The turnaround just about an hour, because they came back out, they batted, and then we had the drinks interval. And upon the drinks interval, Joshua De Silva called them in. So they batted for just about an hour and got those 95 runs. And that in itself, given that the conditions, has been mighty hot for the last 3 days.
And added to that as well, they are a bowler short, as it were, with Shannon Gabriel not on the field. We speak about Terence Hines and how he was feeling to come back and to decide in that factoring of the follow-on. But Anderson Phillip coming and bowling 4 overs. And Carey Pear as well. You know, spinners have that work to do. They get tired in that shoulder area, and that finger's tiring with trying to spin that ball all the time. He has bowled quite a number of overs in this game.
Yeah, I think it was 25. Down the leg side, swept away. Brian Charles will haul it in.
25 overs from Carey Pear in that first innings, going wicketless. He's toiling away here in the second innings.
And it's quite unusual that he hasn't picked up a wicket. He's been consistent through this tournament.
Down the wicket this time, Evelyn. He's trying to get to the pitch of the ball using his feet. Trying to be proactive there. Getting to the pitch of that delivery. Playing it out to Anderson Phillip at mid-wicket.
Yeah, nothing.
60 without loss. Evelyn on 36. Faced 62 deliveries. He's taken the bulk of the strike in this opening partnership.
So some work to do for the ground staff here. This is one of the things that has taken up, you mentioned it just a while ago, the time in this game. The manual moving over that sight screen.
We've seen more of it in the Trinidad innings when the left and right hand Aramir Django and Jason Mohammed were on strike. of other batsmen as well. We've seen less of it in the CCC innings, but this time Carey Pierre going from around the wicket to back over the wicket to Evelyn. Side screen needed to be moved, but still causing a delay nonetheless.
Speaking of the ground staff, we have to give them a lot of credit and a lot of kudos as well. The facility has been immaculate. Back and cutting, but can't beat the fielder at cover.
Yeah, Dr. Anand Rampasad working very closely with the ground staff here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. Gentleman Stephen there working with the ground staff, ensuring yesterday the pitch was covered properly and to standard for these types of games.
Yeah, they've done well to keep the facility in a pristine condition. And
well, the outfield looks very lush from afar, even as you walk out onto the outfield with that Bermuda grass out there. And it is very hard under that surface, as evidenced by Terrence Hines cuffing up his elbow diving into the crease.
That's part of being a dry season as well. It's helped that it's been the dry season, so it is dry and the surfaces are hard. We did mention it on the first day that it did look like you would get value for your shots throughout the game, and it has been for the most part that the batters have gotten value for their shots.
Most definitely, anything that was struck in the gap along the ground did make it either to the boundary or very close to. Of course, at times the batsmen opted not to use the outfield and went in the air. Got value for their shots as well. We had quite a number of sixes hit in this game.
And here's something a little bit unusual, a little bit different. Keon Otley has been called in to the attack. He's going to take up the attack from the southern end.
The first time we're seeing him in this game with the ball. And again, we spoke about the absence of Shannon Gabriel and just having Terrence Hines as the other seam bowler. So, employing the services of Keon Otley with that gentle medium pace. There is Brian Charles as well. Vikash Mohan as another option.
They're spinners though. I think if it's any of the spinners that does bowl or can bowl medium pace, it would be Jason Mohammed.
Jason Mohammed does have wickets at this level of spin. He's has bowled in the past for club and country. This one wide outside the off stump, short and wide. Kamil Pooran just flailing away at it. You want to be careful when these part-time bowlers come on, not to give your wicket away to a loose delivery. You still have to concentrate as much as if it were a normal bowler bowling at you. Play each ball on its merit.
I think sometimes part-time bowlers, that's how they end up with wickets. The batters just switch off for a moment thinking, okay, this is an easier bowler.
Very close to a wide there. The expression of drowning in honey comes to mind.
So Keon Otley here starting pretty well. A couple of dot balls, a few dot balls in fact, 4 of them. And he's just keeping it just inside that wide line, that wide guideline. And Kamil Pooran is not interested in even attempting to go after him.
Yeah, he's just saying, I'm going to put that ball here. If you want it, come after it. There's a man on the deep backward point boundary, a slip or gully. I think he's just going to hold that line outside the off stump. Get through these overs at the end of the day.
He puts this one closer to him. He drives it, but straight to the cover fielder.
Made an over to begin with from Keon Otley. Somewhat of a rarity in this game.
Yeah, and it stays at 60 without loss. Remember, they're chasing 449 for victory. The combined campuses and colleges is still 389 away from that target.
Going into the last day's play, looking at a total of 350 runs with all your wickets intact. 90 overs. Do you think? I'll ask the question.
Well, the maths says it's possible.
Well, we are in the University of the West Indies. Mathematics is taught here.
Yeah, just across the way from us.
Yeah,
But again, if they're going into the last day, 90 overs expected, and they have 350, that means they have to score at less than 4 and over. And that is quite possible.
they do teach imaginary numbers here in the Natural Sciences building.
Of course, they also teach all these environmental type subjects as well. So we would know that as much as the maths might suggest it's possible, the atmospheric conditions may say otherwise.
You let I be the square root of -1, as it were.
Of course, the numbers don't always take into consideration the wear and tear on the wicket, the spinning ball.
It is a projectile being hurled down. Another topic covered in engineering dynamics.
Yeah, what
Projectiles.
What was told to Sir Vivian Richards? It's 5 on.
Now you know what it looks like. Go find it. He was one to launch that projectile into the air.
Someone made that mistake of telling the great man, this is what the ball looks like.
That pitch map looking like parabolic curves. Not to get too technical.
We say a pleasant good afternoon to the great man, wherever he is. Probably on a golf course somewhere in Antigua. Loves his golf.
Magnificent golf courses across there in Antigua. Have some here in Trinidad and Tobago as well. One not too far away, Millennium Golf Course in Trin City.
So Carey Pierre just continuing along his merry way here, just on that line, on that length, and not offering much to the batters. And the batters don't seem interested, do Puran and Evelyn, like they want to go after him.
So Vivian Richards.
Knowledge of the end of day's play coming.
Speaking of Sir Vivian Richards and golf, the Masters is on. Tiger Woods is playing. Not quite sure what the leaderboard is right now. Masters being held in Augusta, Georgia. The pinnacle of golf.
So a maiden over from Keon Otley is followed by a maiden over from Carey Pierre. The score stays at 60 without loss. And we mentioned the name Brian Charles earlier, talking about the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and our producer, he jumped because he started thinking about Brian Charles Lara, and he just reminded me today is the anniversary of his record-breaking 400.
20 years ago, Antigua, the home of Sir Vivian Richards. Monumental achievement, 400 runs. 2 teams in the regional tournament being set over 400 runs here as well. CCC.
That's really an amazing feat when you think about it. The teams rarely score 400 and 500 runs, and one individual has scored 400 and 500 all on his own.
Well, in this game alone, one batsman made 157.
And another scored 200 plus. Edge, is it? Yes, the finger goes up. And just as we were saying, the part-time bowler, Keon Otley, has created the breakthrough.
Was bringing an end to an opening partnership at 60 runs. They were doing so well.
They ran almost around the field into the rugby field and back, and they hugged him and embraced him. Keon Otley, a maiden first-class wicket here. So again, that Otley lunch table on Sunday is going to be really interesting because his brother had
That did spring to mind. Yeah, one at 40, the other at 53.
And
the
now
other
he
one,
has a wicket.
He has a wicket now. More or less honors even now at the lunchtime table. We see Zishan Motara.
End of the bat.
Yeah, he was out there just reaching for it.
Yeah, and that's been what he's been doing. Otley, he's just been hanging it out there, and he's been saying to them, "You come after me, you come after me," and he's gotten a countryman out in all fact of the matter as well.
Yeah, he was just stuck on that total of 18 for quite a while. Maiden over going by. Just seemed to get bogged down a bit, chasing a wide delivery.
Yeah, Kamal Puran looked so comfortable, as well as Evelyn, just leaving Otley, let him bowl wide, and the one that Kamal Puran actually went after took that bottom corner of the bat.
Well, I tell you what, you have to give congratulations to Joshua De Silva as well, deciding to bring him on. You know, sometimes you face with an adversity, and it would have been an adversity with not having your opening fast bowler available to you. Looking at his options, there was Brian Charles to go to. He decided to throw the ball to his opening batsman, Keon Otley, who has bowled in the past, but this is his first-class wicket.
I think if you ask Josh at the end of the day, he might tell you that was always the plan. We were always going to bowl Keon. Keon was always going to have a bowl, he might say. Yeah, fondly known to his teammates, clubmates, his friends as a Keon. Yeah, just reminded that he knows Kamal Puran very well. They both play together in Central Sports Club. They've actually opened the batting for Central Sports Club from time to time.
Winning the Premiership, the national title this year. Bragging rights at the club as well. Of course, all these players play for different clubs at the national level. The completion of this season, they'll go back to their clubs when they come up against each other.
I think that's something that throughout this 4-day championship, you've seen it. Some of the traveling teams, they tend to stay in the same hotels and so on. And even at the toss in this one, Shamar Brooks was all smiles with Joshua De Silva because he whispered to me, "I get a chance to play against my friend." So the competition is there. That friendly rivalry.
Bragging rights as well. The end of the over, tell you what, his figures look like now.
None for one.
None for one.
Or one for none if you're in Australia.
So 2 maidens and a wicket.
So this would be a wicket maiden. So that's 3 maidens on the trot. Yeah, 3 maidens on the trot. His first over was a maiden. And then the carry pair over was a maiden. His second over is the wicket maiden.
Dot balls build pressure and bring wickets.
In any format.
Certainly brought the bear there.
And you and I had this discussion this morning as well. Doing the simple things for long periods of time. And not going searching as some bowlers tend to do. And when you go searching for getting the basics, you tend to go for runs.
Bowling change. Brian Charles will come on to replace Carrie Pierre this northern end. Bowling to Evelyn.
So Brian Charles also in and amongst the wickets as he usually is. And I think we mentioned that earlier in the day that Joshua De Silva is kind of spoiled by way of many options.
But Brian Charles took a wicket in his first over, the second delivery in the first innings. This one pulled, is that in the air, straight to Anderson Phillips. Pulled into the ground. Anderson Phillips just parrying it down. Came to him very quickly.
Cry of Vikash. As this one is played just to the right of Vikash Mohan, who's at a forward short leg.
Yeah, Anderson Phillips is also in very close, just behind Vikash Mohan. Jason Mohammed out in the deep at long on.
Sweeping. And sweeping well. He's going to pick the gap in front of square, but the speedy is at Bidesi out there. Yes, it is. And having Bidesi, he had quite a long way to run.
Well, that one was swept in the air in front of square over Bidesi at mid-wicket. Not quite the area I want to be sweeping into. Probably missed time. Got it in the air. There was that man, Bidesi there. He was coming around from deep backward square.
Cries of Andy.
That was well away from him though.
And Jason Mohammed has to remind them, don't get excited. It was always coming to me.
A very eventful opening over there from Brian Charles. Evelyn in that over looked to be very aggressive against him. Pulling away, sweeping away, punching down the ground.
I think he realizes, Evelyn, that he does need to wrestle back some initiative for the combined campuses and colleges, because we just mentioned it, 3 consecutive maidens, and the third of those maidens was a wicket maiden. And Evelyn, has been there for the better part of an hour now, and he would want, yes, to finish the day, but not get put or dug into a hole. So coming up just in and around 5:27 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time here. So possibly just about 2 overs again in the day's play. May get this Keon Otley over and another Brian Charles over. 5:30 the absolute cutoff time generally by the playing conditions. That's the extra half an hour.
Shadows are lengthening out on the field there. There is sun still out, bright light, no cloud cover just yet. And with these 2 bowlers operating in quick time, might just get another 2 overs. Full toss there, guided past the man at gully, Cephas Cooper into the boundary for easy runs there. Sometimes you get with these part-time bowlers, you will get that loose delivery. And he's probably accomplished more than what Joshua De Silva intended for him, getting that wicket, bowling 2 maidens as well, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, conversely, Evelyn is it may have been a bad ball, but he still had to play the shot. And that's what we're talking about, getting dug into a hole so easily. You're thinking, okay, I'm playing out till the end of the day, and you get a full toss like that and you play it down right in front of you, no run, dot ball, and you create what we've been talking about, that pressure again, and then you end up losing a wicket. So good on Evelyn as well to recognize the game still has to progress.
I just showed some nice decision making there, not hitting that one in there, but just guiding it through that gap between slip and turn and gully.
Keon Otley responds with a couple of dot deliveries back to a regular scheduled program, just hanging it out there in that corridor. And this time we're not talking about the corridor outside Austin, we're talking about the corridor just along the wide guideline. is a loud appeal. It did take something on the way through to Joshua Da Silva.
Just wondering if he's getting some shape to that ball as well. Sometimes you hang that ball up in there long enough, that shine does its work. Late in the evening as well.
Yeah, already 21 overs old, this new ball. And another over completed here by Keon Otley. We look to the umpires.
Yeah, that over just spoiled by that one bad delivery there.
And that looks as umpire Raj Kumar walks to the northern end. He will remove the bails. And the players will walk to the pavilion. That signals just on the stroke of 5:30 Eastern Caribbean time, the end of the third day in this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. Billy, what did we see today? So just to remind you of some of the other scores in the other games, Jamaica Scorpions and Ghana Harpy Eagles are presently still underway. Ghana Harpy Eagles 424 and 147 for 4 declared. Jamaica Scorpions 153 and 71 for 1 presently. Barbados Pride and Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The Pride 542 for 9 declared. The Hurricanes 288 and 98 for 1 following on. Here in this encounter, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 591 for 7 declared and 95 for 2 declared. The combined campuses and colleges 238 and 67 for 1 at the end of the third day, chasing 449 for victory. And
yeah, we did see the combined campuses and colleges being bowled out for 230 runs, with Yannick Otley getting to 56 but running out of partners in the end. Grace with 18 partnering with him, but Goodrich coming out and striking 24 runs, losing his partners along the way. Motara with 16 as well. Anderson Phillip picking up a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 71 for him, trying to figure out between the Trinidad, in the mindset of the Trinidad and Tobago team, if they were going to force that follow on. Trinidad and Tobago decided to come back out to bat for just over an hour, and they got to 95 for 2. The downside of that was Jeff Gooley got an injury to his finger, dislocated finger, had to retire hurt. Jason Mohammed getting up to 41 and Django 34 before that declaration coming, and putting the combined campuses back into the bat to get some 449 runs after tea on the third day. With 1 day to come, they were 62 for 1 in the end, losing the wicket of Kamil Puran to an injudicious shot to part-time bowler Keon Otley coming on, bowling 2 maidens and picking up the wicket of Puran. They were set with Evelyn there, unbeaten on 39. Lost his wicket for 18. Motara as the night watchman coming out. And all of it to do tomorrow. Over 300 runs to get on day 4.
yeah, a maiden first-class wicket for Keon Otley. He's going to have something to boast about with his brother Yannick, who's on the other side. And the last game, a victory already for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Bowled out for 162, bowling out the Academy for 158, bowled out for 275, setting the Academy 279, and the Academy were bowled out this afternoon for 121. So victory for the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 158 runs, and that's going to open up the table, because the Leeward Islands don't look, who are the table toppers, in good shape. But for now, from the University of the West Indies Sports and Physical Education Center in St. Augustine, the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, we're going to bid you adieu, because tomorrow, the final day, it can go either way, you may think. But the Red Force will be chasing victory with 9 wickets to get. Until then, on behalf of Cricket West Indies and the production team here at the UWE St. Augustine campus, it's bye-bye until tomorrow.